Okay. So last class we covered till CVP analysis is done. Next, what else, like marginal, make or buy decision, all those. Yeah. And we started with pricing. So in the pricing, we did with what is demand and how the demand curve look like, and elasticity of demand. Next come how to find the elasticity of demand. Then we started with supply, what is supply and supply curve. Next, market equilibrium. Okay, so these are the things we covered. Now today we'll start with pricing by market structure. So as yesterday, like the last class, as I told you, there are different market structures are there. So on the different market structures, how the pricing will work, how the things will work, we'll look into this. So whenever we understood what is MR is equal to MC. What is MR is equal to MC means it is a maximum stage where we have to stop the production. And if you want to sell more, then we'll incur more cost than the revenue. So when cost is more than the revenue, what will happen? There will be a marginal loss. So the loss will going to incur rather than marginal profit. So in the short term equilibrium pricing, so the rule of production is what? MR is equal to MC. So first we have to find this stage. What? The maximizing the benefit or minimizing the loss point. So at this production we have to find. So done. Next, what it is? Operating at a short term loss. Sometimes what it is, the price should be more than what? The price should be more than variable cost, because then only we can earn some margin, contribution margin, right? What if the price is lesser than the variable cost? You will not get the contribution margin, and each unit you sell, the more loss you will incur. It is not that more profit you will make. So when your price is more than variable cost, you will make a loss in not profit, so which will increase your operating loss. Okay, so we have to find that. We have to find what, like we have to understand what price should be more than average variable cost. Now there is a point called as the point of indifference. The point of indifference means at this point it's called as a shutdown price, where revenue exactly cover is variable cost, where price is equal to variable cost. When the price is equal to variable cost, what is the contribution margin? Zero. When the contribution margin is zero, so it is an indifference point. Either you sell, either you don't sell. It is still the same. So at this point we should reach, and at this point once we reach, we have to stop the production. Why? Because from here onwards we will not make any profit. Then when we have to shut down, when the price is lesser than variable cost. When the price is lesser than variable cost, what happens? You will keep on making loss. When you make a loss, it will increase your operating loss. Clear with this? So these are the points we have to understand before we start by marketing structure. Now there will be a what influence of marketing structure on each point. What is the influence? We'll check. So what are the marketing structure we have to learn? Perfect competition, monopoly, monopolistic competition, and oligopoly. Fine. So first we'll start with perfect competition. So the demand curve we learned, like elasticity of demand. So when do you guys remember that if we change a price 1%, the demand will be zero, correct? So that will apply for the perfect competition. Example, so here if you want to tell for the everyone are selling what? A same standardized product, a perfect elastic, like where your product doesn't have any difference. Either I buy from this buyer or buy from this buyer, buy from this buyer, it looks exactly same. Okay, so in that case, if one person have increased at least $1, then what you will do? You'll not go and purchase from him, so his demand will be zero. So those kind of market is called as perfect competition. So these are the features. There will be a lot of independent buyers and sellers. Customers are indifferent from which supplier they have to buy from. Either I can buy from anywhere. Market is standardized product. What product it is? Guys, understand, this is a standardized product. You can't customize this. It's a standardized product. There are no barriers. Anyone can enter, anyone can leave from that. Perfect information exists in the market and there is non-price competition. So there is no price competition in this. So because of this, now in the market everything is like 80 rupees. They are selling some product for 80 rupees. What should be your price? 80, correct? And here in this market they are telling how much ever you make, you can sell it. How much ever you make, you can sell it for the market price. But if you at least increase $1, you can't sell anything. Okay. Now what will be equal to? Your price will be equal to market price. Correct. Your price will be equal to market price. And do you need to decrease the price here to sell more? No, it is not required. So your marginal revenue will also be same. Either I sell 80 into 1, $80. 80 into 2, 160. Now what is the marginal revenue here? 80. If you want to sell again, third one, 80 into 3, 240. Now what is the marginal revenue between these two? 160 and 240? 80. So what is equal to what now? The price is equal to marginal revenue. And if you want to do the average, so how much it is? 240 divided by 3, 80. 160 divided by 2, 80. How to find the average? Revenue divided by number of units. So you will get what? Average revenue. So now 3 is also same. When the perfect competition, your price is equal to marginal revenue and is equal to average revenue. Clear with this? Okay. So in the perfect competition pricing, what? A perfectly competitive firm is a price taker and sell at the market price. Understand this. So here you're not price maker, you're a price taker. Whatever the price in the market, you have to take and go. That's it. Okay. And what does it say? You can sell how much as they want at the market price, but they must sell at the market price. That is the rule. How much ever you want, you can sell, but where you have to like at what price you have to sell? Market price. Okay. Clear with this? So what you have to understand is here you produce till MR is equal to MC. Produce till there, sell everything. Okay, don't produce more than MR is equal to MC. Why? Then you will, okay, you are not making any changes in the revenue, right? But what happened to your cost? Cost will increase. Okay, when the cost is increasing, what happened? You don't make more products. Let's stop where MR is equal to MC. So this is a demand curve for perfect competition, right? What does it mean? So the price will be zero when you, the demand will be zero when you increase at least 1% in the price than the market price. Okay. Next, we'll go through the monopoly. What it is? Equilibrium pricing in monopoly. Here monopoly means what? A single firm that market its unique product or product with no close substitute. What is the feature of this? Only one firm. It's selling some unique product or product with which don't have no close substitute is known as monopoly. Example, we can name it as water, electricity, and what else? Might be petrol if there are little bit players in the country. Okay, or one person. In some countries only one company might be producing and selling the petrol. In India it's privatized. Okay, what else? Like any company which is selling like a product which is sold by only one company with unique product and you don't have any close substitute for that. Clear? But here the barrier to entry is very high. It is not like perfect competition, anyone can come in, anyone can go out. The entry and exit is extremely complicated in this monopoly. Okay. Now here in the pricing in a monopoly market, now tell me here there is only one player in the market. So you have a control over the price. You have some control over the price now. The monopoly has the control over the price it charges, but it cannot increase the price and expect to sell the same amount of product. As I told you, like in the last class, they can increase the price of the product, selling price of the product. So it doesn't mean the demand of the product will be also same or it will increase or something. The demand of the product might go down. Okay, example, if they are increasing the water price, what you'll do, you'll be mindful using the water, so the demand of the water will go down, but it will not that much it will impact. So what elastic we can tell here? Is it inelastic or elastic? Here it is inelastic. So 1% increase in price will not decrease more than 1% in demand. Clear with this? Okay. So the monopoly faces a downward sloping demand curve when it increases the price and it sells fewer units. You see, this is the demand curve of monopoly. Clear? Guys, demand curve. And now tell me why the marginal revenue is below the demand curve. Why the marginal revenue is below the demand curve? What could be the reason? Reduce the selling price. So when you reduce the selling price, what happens? The marginal revenue will go down. We'll see with an example now. You are selling only one unit for how much? $10. So your revenue will be 10. Now you want to sell the second unit. For that, what will be the price? You will keep as 9. So when I was selling one product, how much my revenue was? 10. Now if you want to sell the two product, I want to decrease the price to 9. So what is my revenue now? $18. Okay. My revenue is how much? 18. What is my marginal revenue? 8. So your total revenue is 18 and your marginal revenue is 8. But the price is how much? 9. Price is 9. Because a monopolist must lower the price on all previous units just to sell one extra unit. So marginal revenue of extra unit will be less than the selling price. Now what is the selling price? $9. What is the marginal revenue? $8. So because of that only, this is below than the demand curve. Clear with this? Okay. The following 3 precise steps on the graph maximize their wealth. Okay. We learned in the marginal revenue, right? So till where we can produce? MR is equal to MC. So that is the point you have to first find out. So this is a quantity. Then you found this line called, you see MC here, MR here. They are intersecting at this point. Correct? They are intersecting at this point. Now at this point, what you have to do? You straightly draw a line and find what is a quantity. Because this side is a quantity, right? Now you'll find what is a quantity. So here till here what you can produce. Now if I'm producing this much, I have to sell, right? So what is the price I have to sell? There, which one you will go and find? You will go and find with the demand curve. Now this is a point. So this here will draw the selling price. Okay. Now this is a quantity. If I want to sell all this, assume that this is 100 units. If I want to sell all the 100 units, where should be my price? My price should touch the demand curve. If then only it will sell, right? My demand of that product should meet with the quantity. Then only I can sell the entire quantity. So where it is reaching? Here. The price is here. Clear with this line? Price, because this is a price and cost. Now we'll calculate the cost now. One thing is clear. You understood how much you have to sell for, like how much units you have to sell for how much price you have to sell. Next, we have to understand how much profit we can make. So what you'll do, you'll go and check average total cost. You'll go and check where? Average total cost. That is where you see cost minus selling price is called as profit. So at this line, this purple color line is touching the cost here. It's touching here. So now price minus cost is called as profit. Clear with this curve? So ordinal curve, we have to understand MR is equal to MC, marginal revenue and marginal cost. Then we'll go and check what is the quantity we have to sell. Then we'll go and check to sell all this quantity, what should be my selling price. For that, where we will refer? We'll refer the demand curve, and then we'll understand average total cost. Okay, clear with this? Okay. Now, equilibrium pricing in monopolistic competition. See, monopolistic competition have a feature of perfect competition and monopoly. Here they are selling what type of product? Standardized product. Sorry, not standardized, customized product. Perfect competition is standardized. There it's the same product. Here it's what? A differentiated product. Here we are selling, like selling as a smartphone, and any food you take, everyone is selling the food, but it is customized. See, in a place you will get a biryani for 150 and you can get a same biryani for 300, 450 also, because it is customized. Oh, this is cooked by some international chef, so they will charge more. This is cooked by some here local guy, then will charge like 100 or 120, and depends upon what quality of rice we are using, where the restaurant is, what is the location. All these things matter in the food. And next comes what? Might be like automobiles, like car, bike. Everyone are selling the same bike, but they can customize. One is telling I have a Bluetooth feature, one is telling it's a hybrid vehicle, one is telling it's a electric. Like this, what happened? Like they are selling the same product, but it is customized. So this is called as what? Monopolistic competition. But here what you have to understand is, suppose if one person is bringing some extraordinary feature, what everyone will do? Everyone will go and purchase there. But next what they will do? The other guy will also enter into market. They might bring a new some extra feature, or they will take the same exact feature and build something additional. So now what happened? Your extraordinary profit will go down. You had some extraordinary profit, right? That is called as economic profit. You had some the economic profit because of what? You had some extra feature. That profit you can make only for the short term. You can't keep that same exact feature and make money for 100 years. Only for short term purpose you can make. Next what they will do? The other company, either they will copy, either they will bring like a superior feature from this. Not more than this they will bring. Example, when it comes to smartphone, one smartphone will come at 15 megapixel. Next 6 months you see the other guy will come, no, it's 20. Other guy 25, now it became 50, 80. It's keep on going now. So why? Like that short time period you can make profit, then other guy will come, he will tell, no, I'm selling more than this, or I'm selling the same equal to this. So you can make up economic profit for only short term period, where in the monopolistic competition. Now tell me, everyone are selling the same product. No, one guy is selling some extra feature which others will not have. So this guy will earn some extra profit. Everyone will come and earn, or he can charge something extra. No, everyone is selling something for $10. Now he can sell for $12. So extra he can earn. But what if the other person is also doing the same in the next 6 months, or new players are entering into the market to explore this? So then what happened? That extra economic profit you will not get. Now everyone is selling for how much? The same extra feature for $10. So what you have to do? You have to reduce your price. Okay. So the market have hundreds of competitors, like a perfect competition, but every company sells a product that are slightly differentiated. Clear with this? So these are the features of monopolistic competition. So they are selling what? Differentiated products or customized product. Now in the pricing in monopolistic competition, they have some control over the price. Some control over the price means, suppose everyone is selling a coffee for $5, but you have added some extra like flavor or something. Now you are able to sell the same coffee for $7, and everyone is ready to purchase also. Why? Because you have some extra some recipe you have added which makes your coffee little bit different. Okay, so in the short term, as I told you, here in the short term you can earn some extra profit. So that is this demand, like the demand curve. Here it is, you see the equilibrium. First the rule is same. First, where you have to start, MR is equal to MC. Now you have to find till where I can produce, and to sell this, what is the price. Okay, next what? Average total cost. So this is extra profit you make. Clear? But here the demand curve is little bit flatter than monopolistic competition, because monopoly because monopoly is having what? Inelastic. If they increase the price also, not a problem. Little bit of only the demand is reducing. But here it is more elastic than the monopoly. If you charge a little bit higher price, your demand will go down. Example, if this guy is charging for $7, some extra recipe is having, and you are ready to pay. Now he's charging suddenly $9. No, it's extra $4 from the normal coffee. So what happened now? Some demand will go away. Someone will tell, hey, why I have to pay extra $4 for this recipe? I'm paying double, nearly double the money. So we'll go back to the normal one. But in the monopoly, it's not the case. You have to still use that same product. There is no close substitute like to the water. You have to drink the water. We'll use water for our day-to-day purpose. So that doesn't have a close substitute. Here we have a, like, we can use the same, we can drink the same coffee with a slightly different version. That's it. I'm okay with it. Okay, I don't want to pay extra. So because of this, the demand curve of monopolistic competition is more elastic than monopoly. Clear? Okay, so here also we have to start with where? Quantity. Then price, we can earn what? Short term economic profit. Now we'll come to the long term. In the long term, who will come? The other firm will enter the industry, and of the economic potential, and because barriers are too low to entry. Barriers are low, not like monopoly, the high barrier. Oligopoly and monopoly is a high barrier to entry. Now again you see here, what happened now? Your price, price you should decrease here. Why you should decrease the price? I am telling is, now everyone is entering the market. I told you that we are selling the coffee for $7, right? Because we added some extra recipe. Now others also copied this. Now they are selling this for $6 or $5 only. Now what you have to do? Can you sell this product for $7? No. So whatever the market price is, you have to accept and you have to sell now. Now you can't make that extra economic profit. That's only for the short term. So now what happened? There is a leftward shift, which means you started losing the customer. The point of tangency, which means the shift stops at the exact moment the downward sloping demand curve perfectly touches the U-shape average total cost. Okay, now here we have what? Zero economic profit, where the price is equal to average total cost. Next, the last is what? Oligopoly. In the oligopoly is what? What is the feature of oligopoly? There will be a very little number of players in the market, and high barrier to entry. The product may be standardized or differentiated. Anything it can might be. See them. Telecom industry. Correct. We have Airtel, Jio, and Vodafone, then BSNL. Only 4 players right now in this so big country. We are having only 4 players: Jio, Airtel, BSNL, and Vodafone. So this is called as what? Oligopoly. Only few firms operate in the market. Each is affected by the decision of others. So I get affected by my competitor more. Okay. Now here my competitor is increasing the price. Will I increase the price? Not exactly. I might or I might not increase the price. But if my competitor is decreasing the price, will I decrease the price? Yes, I should decrease the price. Why? No, or else everyone will go to my competitor. Example, now assume that Airtel increase 100 rupees. Now what you will do? Every Airtel customer will port to Jio. So this will happen when there is only what? Only a few number of players in the market. Okay. So because of this, the demand curve of oligopoly is kinked. Means you see here there is a shift. Here the price was 5 and 4. You see the demand, and for the price 2, you see the demand is 200. Clear? What it does say is a price decrease by one company will usually match by other person, but a price increase by a company usually not followed by other companies. Okay, so we can call it as the oligopoly tend to be sticky. So one person is getting affected by others. Okay, clear with the pricing by market structure? So what are the 4 market structure we have? Perfect competition, monopoly, monopolistic competition, and oligopoly. Next we'll start with a topic called pricing strategy. What is pricing strategy? How to start with pricing strategy? We'll start. Okay. Now, before we set the pricing, we have to check what? All the factors in the company. We'll check internally what is happening. We'll check externally what is happening. Example. Now in the market, everyone is selling for 80 rupees. Now you are planning to sell 90 rupees. Will it work? No. So what you have to check? External factor you have to check. And the cost is 70 rupees. And you are, without seeing the cost, you are selling for 60 rupees. What happening here? You are making the loss. Why? Because you have not checked internally what is happening. So you have to check externally what is happening and internally what is happening. Then only you have to set the price. So the internal factors are this: marketing objectives, marketing mix strategy, cost, organizational consideration. These are some marketing objectives. See, sometimes a company might sell for very lesser price. Why? To catch the market. To increase the market share, what they will do? They will raise. See, this is their objective. What is the objective of this company? The objective of this company is to capture the market share. If I want to capture the market share, what I have to do? I have to reduce my prices. Based on that, I will set my price. Some company might for the survival. Survival means in the warehouse there are a lot of inventory. I want to sell this. So what I will do? I will also reduce my sale. See, these are the objectives. The objective of the company is not like I want to charge very high. The objective of the company is what? Here, I just need to sell it. So this is their goal. Based on that goal, they will set the price. Either I will set for product quality leadership. What is that? A premium product. They will charge very high. Why they are charging very high? Because that is their objective. I want to show it as a premium product. Or profit maximization. Here also what I'll do? I'll increase my selling price to increase my profit. Or setting low to discourage the competition. I will set my price very low to avoid all the competition. Next might be any other objectives they might be having. So you see, I produce one product. I want to sell it as a superior product, a premium product. This is my objective. Then what I'll do? I will sell it for very high price. Example, you take all these fashion brands, Zara, Gucci, and what else? LV. Their objective is what? Not to sell it as a cheap product, or they are not here to capture the market and all. They are not the market leader in the bags. Might be local vendors or market leaders. They sell a lot of handbags than this LV, right? So they are not here to capture the market. What is their objective? Their objective is to I should be a premium product. So based on that, they will set the price. They'll set the price for the same handbag for how much? 1.5 lakh, 3.5 lakh, 4.5 lakh to 5 lakh. But you can get I'm not telling the same quality of handbag or something. Without that logo, you can get the handbag for 150 and 200 rupees with the local vendors also. So both of their objectives are different. This guy want to set it for the premium price, and this guy want to set, like, sell more product. That's it. So based on their objective, they will set the price. This is the internal. Next, marketing mix strategy. Pricing decision to be coordinated with what? Product design, distribution place, and promotional plan. You are not you are want to sell like a product like a LV. So what you have to do? You have to market like that. Your packaging should be like that. Your distribution should be like that. Your promotional plan should be based on that. Next is what? You have to consider the cost before you set the selling price. Okay. And organization consideration. So it is also affected by what? A company's management need to decide who has the authority to set the price. Based on this, these are the internal factors to set the price. Now, what are the external factors? Market and demand, competitor activity, and other external factors like inflation, recession, government and social, like a tax and all those things are the external factors. Now, we understood the demand, right? Based on the market equilibrium, we have to set the price. And based on the competitor, we have to check for the competitor also. Competitor is selling something for 100 rupees. Can you sell for 1000 rupees? So before you set the price, you have to check for competitor activity. And this tax, based on the tax, you have to set the price. Like based on the GST, right? They will set the maximum retail price, MRP. Have you saw the MRP, right? So it has a maximum retail price. Clear? Now, these are these are few pricing policy steps in this. So it start with what are the objectives. Like first we have to set the objectives. Then based on that we have to estimate the demand. And after estimating the demand, we have to estimate the cost and analyze what is the competitor is offering. Then we determine the price and decide the final price. See, this is determining the pricing method means we'll select some of the pricing method and we apply it. But in the product pricing, we have some limitation. The price should be high enough to produce the profit. If I told that floor and ceiling, right? What should be the floor? Cost should be the floor. I mean, your selling price should not go below the floor. What is the floor? Cost. If it is going below the floor, what is happening? You are making loss. And next come to what? A ceiling. The ceiling should increase the demand. It is not like you set so high selling price. So what happens? If it is not attracting the customer, it is waste. So you should set the selling price where the customer is at least start buying your product. So the cost should be, the price should be how? The price should not go below the cost and it should not go above the demand of the customer. Okay. See, product cost is the floor, ceiling is customer perception, the product value. Now basic factors in pricing decision we'll see. What are the factors we'll consider? Obviously price should consider, cost. Without knowing the cost, will you set the selling price? Cost, we should understand the cost, what it is. Next, customer perception of product value. Customer is perceiving your product in a different valuation. He's telling, yeah, this is worth for only 80 rupees. Then what you have to set the selling price? The selling price should be 80 or below 80. Above that, no customer will price. So this will also determine your selling price. Next, competitor price. Even the customer is perceiving the product as 80 and competitor is selling for 60. Can you set the price for 70? No. Why? Everyone will go to the competitor. So you have to understand what he is also setting. So what are the three things we have to keep in mind before setting the price? Cost, perception, and competitor price. These are three pricing approaches. Now we understood what and all to be considered, right? So we'll consider this and we'll set this three approaches. First approach is what? Cost-based pricing. And in the cost-based pricing, these are few methods in the cost-based pricing. One is what? Cost plus pricing. So first we'll understand the cost, then we'll add what? We'll add the markup. we'll add the markup or margin. This is called as cost plus pricing. Then break even pricing. Break even pricing means whatever the cost is there, we'll sell for that. Next, target profit pricing. Here there is some certain target we have. We'll add it. We learned this in the CVP analysis. The target, to cover the target, what is the units we have to sell, we learned, right? Here what is to be selling price. Then we have markup pricing. Same as like a margin, here we have a markup pricing. So in the cost plus pricing, first what we have to calculate? Calculate the total cost and keep it. Understand what is the cost. Okay. Then we'll add what? Markup pricing. So this will be applied for the customized product. This can't, you can't apply this cost plus pricing for whom? The one who sell the same type of product, right? You can't set that. There what you are just a price taker. What is the price? You have to accept that. You can't go and set the price. No, I will set the price means you will not able to sell the product. Example I told you, if everyone is selling something for 10 rupees, everyone, same product. If someone want to sell for 11 rupees, what will be his demand? 0, because no one will buy. So this cost plus pricing will be applied for whom? Who is selling the customized product. So example, construction company, okay, or some customized machines they will sell, right? What they will understand, you got a construction project to me. So first what I'll do, I will sit and calculate what is the cost. Cost to construct the building. Then when I add my profit, what I want. Okay. So in the markup pricing, either it is markup on cost or markup on selling price. So markup on cost means you take what? Say first we'll understand this. You have to take what? Cost. Now what will be 100% here? Cost will be 100%. Upon that what you will set? Margin, and you will set the selling price. Example. I will understand with example. You take the cost as $90 and you want markup percentage as 20%. What should be the markup percentage? 20. Now what will be the selling price? I'll take the cost multiplied by 1.2, or I can add like this also. This one. What is the cost? 90 multiplied by 1 plus markup percentage is how much? I'll make it as in the decimal. So it is now how? 90 into 1.2. So how much it is? 108. Or I can put in this formula also. Cost is how much? 90. Markup percentage is 0.2 plus cost. 90 into 0.2, 18. 90 plus 18, 108. So, but you keep in mind what is 100% if it is markup on cost? Cost. Markup on selling price means here who is 100%? Selling price is 100%. Example, if selling price is $105 and the markup on selling price is 20%, what is the profit? Now who is 100%? Selling price. So in this 105, what and all is there? What and all is there? Cost is there, profit is there. Now what they are asking, I want only profit now. So not 80, like 20% is the profit. So if 20% of 105, 20% of 105, what is 20% of 105 will be 10.5, 10.5, 21, right? So the profit will be 21 because selling price is what? 100%. So in the 20% is profit, 80% is cost. Now you understand how to find the profit. Now we'll understand how to find the price. Now cost is 90. Cost is 90. We want what? Markup on selling price. So the markup percentage is 20. Not 20% on the cost. 20% on selling price. You can't right now apply the last formula 90 into 20%. You can't do it. Why? This 20% is on the selling price. Now what I told, what is 100%? Selling price is 100. Then what is profit? Profit is 20. Then what will be the cost? 80. Agreed. Because cost plus profit is equal to selling price. All agreed? So now we'll put this in the formula. So what I don't know? I don't know what? I don't know the selling price. So let the selling price be X. What is the cost? 90. Plus profit. Profit is what? 20% of sales. So I can write in the algebraic method 0.2x. Okay. Now I want what? Selling price, because X we have to find. So now this will go this side. Agreed? We all know this. So if X is alone, then what is there? 1 is there. So 1x minus 0.2x, 0.8x is equal to 90. Now if 0.8 into x is equal to 90, if this go this side, it will be 90 divided by 0.8. Clear? So what is 90 divided by 0.8? 1. That's it. So this is what the formula is. See here, 90 is what? Cost. 1 minus markup percentage is 0.8, because this is 20 minus 0.2 minus 1, 0.8. So what you will get? You will get the selling price. Clear with this? Any doubts on the markup on selling price? So markup on cost, just do multiplication. Markup on selling price, do the division. Done. Clear with this? Cost plus pricing. Next we have what? Break even or target profit pricing. So it's easy as that. So in the break even, what will be the price? What is the cost? That will be my price. In the target profit pricing, what I'll do, suppose I want to make $50,000. Now I'll understand how much units I can sell. Then what I'll do, 50,000 divided by number of units. That is the profit. That I will add in the selling price. But the benefit of cost-based pricing is what? The major benefit of cost-based pricing is, one, it is simple, just take cost, add the price. Two, here you can understand what is the cost of the product, and you can add the markup and you can make the profit. So in the contract, under the cost plus contract or change, any changes in the input are reflect in the selling price. Suppose if my variable cost or some material price got increased, so what will increase? It will increase my cost. If it is increasing my cost, what is increasing? Selling price will automatically, it will increase. So you don't need to worry about the cost increase in the cost price. Next, sellers might be confident about their cost and the demand for the product. But the drawback in this is, you are not checking the customer perception here. You did a cost plus pricing and you want to sell this product for $1,000. But the customer is ready to accept for $990. Customer is accepting for how much? $990, because you added some markup. The cost came 800. You added 200 as markup. So what is the selling price now? 1000. Now customer want this product for 950, but you have set the selling price for how much? 1000. This is the drawback in cost plus pricing. In the cost plus pricing, it ignores what? Customer demand and competitor price. What if the competitor is selling for 850 rupees? So then you will miss out this. So this is a major drawback in cost plus pricing. Now we have value based pricing. In the value based pricing means what? Here you will set the price based on the customer perception. Okay. Here also there is a drawback. What is the drawback here? Here you are not going and checking the cost. What the customer want, I'll sell for that. That is a drawback in the value based pricing. So in the value based pricing, example, you see I produce something for $5, and if cost based pricing means I will sell for $10, because my company, my brand have some brand value, have some image. There is a image on the brand. So because of that, I can sell this for $250 also. So this is not cost based pricing. This is value based. So what is the value the customer is perceiving? I'll sell for that. Clear with this? Okay. In this we have multiple strategy. One is what? Everyday low pricing. The example once we go to this supermarket, D-Mart and all, you will find this. There is you will not wait for the sale and all. Every day you will be accepting for whatever the price there. But here what you'll do, you will never wait for toothpaste sale at Walmart. You just know the toothpaste is cheap as it will be. Here you will not run some ads and all, nothing. Whatever the price, will sell it based on the customer perception. Okay, here they don't feel that need to shop around, like you go to D-Mart and you will come and buy from some cheap place. No, we'll always buy from D-Mart. Why? Because there is a perception that the D-Mart will be having a lower price. Okay, so this is called as what? Everyday low pricing. Next we have high low pricing. What is this high low pricing? Means the one which we sell, sales and all will be there, right? So buy two get one free, or buy one get one, or they will write $500 and scratch it down and sell for $100 or $200. So here they will set the price artificially. They will set the price artificially high than the normal price. Then they will write like 50% off, buy one get one, all these things. So this is called as high low pricing. What are the benefit and limitation of value based pricing is, here the target consumer decide find the high quality product for a lower prices. And here do not consider the cost of the product. This is what? This is a drawback in this. Here we are not going and checking the cost of the product. Next, competition based pricing. Here we set the price based on the perceived value of the product. So these are some example in the competition based pricing. One is going rate, bidding, target pricing and target costing. What is this going rate? Means it's mostly entire on competitor price. So whatever the competitor is selling, will sell it for that. So this is a going rate pricing. Next we have bidding. In the bidding we have what? Open bids and close bid. Bidding means asking for the tenders. We can complete the project in 10 millions, 50. The lower the quote, they will give the tender. Like government tenders and all will be there, right? To construct the road, to construct the bridge and all, they will go and ask for the tender. Open bid means everyone will sit in a hall and they will go for an auction. Close bid means everyone will write in a paper and send to that particular company who is accepting. So whoever bid the lower number, they will get the tender. Okay. Next, target pricing and target costing. So this is an opposite of the cost plus pricing. In the target pricing or target costing, what we have to first check, here you are not a price maker. Here you are price taker. So first what you'll go and see what is the price in the market. You'll bring that. No, but you obviously want profit. You don't have a control over the price, but you have control over what? Cost. So in the market, there is something selling for 100 rupees. Then how much you also have to sell? 100. But you want to make a profit of 15 rupees. Can you increase the selling price because of you want to make a profit? No. So what you have to do? You have to do some value engineering and bring the cost to how much? $85. Then you can reach your target. So that is the reason it is called as target pricing. So target pricing starts from where? Not from the cost. It's from the price. But cost plus pricing start from where? From the cost. Clear with this? Okay. Next we have some price adjustment strategy. Okay. One is what? Cash discount. Guys, cash discounts, we know there's like that one we will give for the account receivables, right? You make the payment within 10 or 15 days. Suppose I have given to my account receivable an option to purchase to make the payment within 30 days, but I have given 2% discount if he's making a payment within 10 days. So this is called as cash discount. Okay. Next, it is volume discount. Volume discount means the higher the volume you purchase, the lower the selling prices. Example, in the quick commerce sales, the one we purchase in Zepto, Blinkit, Instamart and all, the more you purchase, the more discount you will get. and you no need to pay the delivery fees, handling charges or something like that. Why? Because they are giving the volume discount. Okay. Next is seasonal discount. So whenever we have dead months or we want to clear out the old inventories, so what they will do, they will give the factory outlet sales or off season sales and all they will give, right? That few products you can get a discount after the season. Okay, so that is seasonal discount. Next is trade discount. This is given for the middleman. Suppose there is a distributors, there is someone who is between the manufacturer and the wholesaler or retailer, who is called as, they called as a distributor. They distribute the products from the manufacturer to all this supermarkets and everywhere. So for them they should make some profit, for them we'll give some extra discount. So that is called as trade discount. Next is allowances. Allowances is given to the customer, like exchange offer. When you give your old phone or you want to buy the new phone, what you will get some discount, right? So that is called as, those type of offers are called as allowances. So it will incentivize a customer action without officially changing the price of the item. Clear with this? Allowances. So these are some price adjusting strategies are there. Next, new product and product mix pricing strategy. So we'll go through product mix pricing strategy later. First we'll understand if some new product is coming in the market, what either we can do. Either we can penetrate the pricing or we can skim the pricing. So penetration means what? Where you will set the price very low and then eventually you start increasing the price. So this is called as what? Penetration. Next, what we have? Skimming. Skimming means you set the price initially extremely high. Over the time you will slow down the prices. So that is called as skimming. Example, few smartphones and all, first they will start with high price. Then what they will do? They will start reducing the prices. Example, this PlayStations and all is there, right? So when the PlayStation first they will come, they will set very high price. All these gamers first they will go and pay for that and they will buy it. Then they will reduce the price. Then what? A normal customer who is not that game enthusiastic, they will buy. And at last they will reduce more price when they are planning to launch a new product. If they have an old inventory, they will keep some margin and sell it off. So this is called as price skimming, where they will first price the product extremely high, then they will as the sales slow down, they will drop the price. That is called as skimming. So understand the word called penetration and skimming. Penetration means they want to get into the market, so they will reduce the price. Next is product mix pricing strategy. So these are few product mix pricing strategy. So what are this? So one is product line, optional product, captive product, by product, product bundle pricing. See, product line, the great example is iPhone and the smartphones only. So they will sell iPhone like 17 Pro Max, then Pro, then normal iPhone, then they will have multiple products, right? So that is called as product line pricing. So each product they will not sell for the same price. They have some different. Next, optional product pricing. Example, for this I can give as like a flight ticket or a movie ticket. They will sell the ticket, movie ticket, and they will have an option. You have an option to buy the popcorn or all this, right? So that is called as optional product pricing. Here you have to understand what, because the company must decide what feature or include as standard, which are options that you have to select. And in the flight ticket also, you pay 5,000 rupees for the ticket, then you have many options to select the seat. Particular seat you have to pay 500 or 1,000 extra. So that is an optional product feature pricing. Next, captive product pricing is one product require the use of additional captive products. The price of overall pricing structure must consider both the product. Example, a printer and cartridge, the ink cartridge. The printer and the cartridge is required because that refills the printer, right? So here what they will do usually, they will sell the printer for very low price and they will sell this ink cartridge for very high price than the cost, because ink doesn't cost that much. But still, if you go and check for the cartridge will be very high price. Even the gaming consoles, they will sell the console for very low price, and each games it will cost very high, because what you will do with the console, you just not keep, you have to install some games. So they will, for the Xbox they charge very high, but the console is very low. So that is called as, because if you want to use the printer, you want cartridge. Without that, what you can't do anything with it. Okay. So next is byproduct pricing. So byproduct, first, what is a byproduct? Byproduct means in the production process you will get some additional product which you have never intended to make. So that is called as byproduct. So we'll set the byproduct high as possible. Like the byproduct should be priced as high as possible, but the manufacturer should accept any price that is higher than the cost of storing and delivering them to the purchaser. That's it. Okay. Next we have product bundle pricing. Bundle means where combo offers and all you will be having. One is what? Pure bundle and mixed bundle. Here give the customer only one purchase option to purchase the entire bundle. Pure bundle means you want to purchase bundle. There is no any other option. So in the bundle, what is the main feature of bundle? If you buy separately, it is costlier. If you buy it as a bundle, it is cheap. Example, a food only. You go and buy what? Chicken biryani and chicken 65 separate, you will pay more. But if you buy as a bundle, a combo offer, biryani plus kebab, you will pay what? Plus Pepsi. Oh, see. Combo, you will get that combo for what? Very low price. So that is a bundle. So if they'll give an option, it is called as mixed bundling, where the price that is lower than the price of the purchase individually. Purchasing individually lower than that. Okay. So that's it. Next we have other pricing consideration. In this we have price discrimination, peak load pricing, illegal pricing, and cartels and collusion. Price discrimination means, example, for the same product they will charge different for different customer. What is an example you can tell? Student offers, senior citizen, they will have a different price. For the student, different price. That is price discrimination. Peak load pricing means here you will charge for an item when the demand is high. Flight tickets and in anything, like for some movies, they will charge very high for when the demand is very high, then they will gradually make it down when there is no demand. Okay, that is peak load. And illegal pricing practices in the US. So this is only in the US, might be not in the other countries, it in the US. See, example of this is like where they are pricing so low to disrupt the competition is illegal in the US. Okay, in India it might not be, but in the US it is illegal. So those kind of pricing is also there, illegal pricing. Next is cartels and collusion. Cartels means where the competitors are getting in terms together. Example, there are cab companies. So they will tell, to travel this much kilometer, you also charge $15. I'll also charge $15. Will not go below than this. What happened to the consumer here? You don't have any other option. Both are in the terms. 15 is also 15. So then we don't have any other option. We have to accept it. So that is called as cartels and collusions, where two competitors will get into terms and they will set the price. They will tell, I will not go below 15. You also don't go below 15. Some associations and all will be there, right? All these association, the same product selling association, they will sit together. They will say, this is a price we'll fix. No one should sell below than this. Above than that you sell it, but below than this, no one will sell. And some association will tell, don't sell above than this or below than this. If someone is selling below than this, everyone will go there. But they will tell, if you sell like that, we'll close your shop. All this association member will come, I close the shop. And so that happens. So the same way, like when these competitors are getting together, they will set the price where the customer doesn't have option. Okay, that's it with the pricing. And yeah, these are few qualitative factors in the decision analysis, which means only quantity we have saw till here, like make or buy decision. Every time we'll worried about what? Profit. But there are few things we need to consider for the quality factors also. way the public relation should be keeping, how we are handling the employees. Suppose if you want to make the profit, we have to reduce the cost. If you want to reduce the cost, we should not pay our employees very much. We should not give the appraisal, or we should not give the bonus. Then only the cost will go down, right? But if you are considering that, okay, quantity wise you'll make a profit, but quality wise, your employee motivation or the drive to work will go down. So that and all is a quality. Those type of factors is called as qualitative factors, where protecting the reputation of a firm, improving the worker safety, effects on employee morale. Next, quality consideration, positive impact on the community. Next, some few things imposed by the law. If you dump the waste on the roadside, there is no cost. But as per the law, you have to dump the waste properly. But as a profit, you see, you have to dump the waste on the roadside to make the profit. But the law says no, you have to dump the waste properly. Even though the profit is increased, if you dump the waste on the roadside, as per the law, what you will do? You will dump the waste properly. So that those are all is a qualitative factor. Okay, these factors you need to consider before taking any decision also. One example in the make or buy decision. In the make or buy decision, it is cheaper to buy from the supplier, but that guy is not delivering the product on time. So what is the use of buying when we are not getting the product on time? Cheaper, quantitative factor. Not getting the product on time, qualitative factor. So we should consider, as a decision maker, we should consider quantitative and qualitative factors of any decision you make. Okay, done with your section C. Okay, so 3 things in the section C: CVP, marginal, pricing. So you can break like this, like demand and supply. From there it is a different marginal analysis, from it's a different, and CVP to marginal we can understand. So in the CVP, what is the basic thing we learned? Easy. CVP is most easiest in this topic. Only one thing you learn. Next, everything is a addition to it. So break even in units, in revenue, in product mix. Then we understood pre-tax and post-tax. Then indifferent points. Then we learned in the marginal analysis, make or buy decision, special order. Then sell in or process further. Then we have disinvestment or closing down the section. Then we learned about this MR is equal to MC, how the cost and the revenue will work. Then we started with demand and supply, and 4 different market structure, pricing strategy. Okay, so after a break we'll start with section B. Okay. Okay. So first we'll start what are the topics under the section B we have. So we can break this section B into 6 topics. 1, risk and return. 2, long term financial management, and again this can break into 3, financial instrument, cost of capital, derivatives. 3, theory topic, raising capital. 4 is working capital management. Again in 5 we have corporate restructuring. 6 we have international finance. Okay, these are the 6 topics we have under section B. Okay. So before we start the 6 topics, we'll learn some basics of finance, time value of money, how we calculate present value and future value. Okay. So we can start, then we'll refer the table next. So we'll understand in corporate finance, we'll go through the basics. We'll understand what is simple interest versus compound interest. Simple interest means what? Simple interest means interest is earned only on the principal amount, not on the interest amount. Suppose in the bank account, if you do FD or something, you'll have this option. Do you want to earn interest on the interest also, or you want payment directly in the bank account? So what happens, like suppose if you're doing the FD for 5 years, they'll give an option. Either you want yearly rent, they will credit it. You can use that. Or you want interest on interest. You can earn like that also. Example, the simple interest. Suppose if I invested $1,000 and they are giving like 10%. Year 1. This is year 1. Year 2, what I'll get? I'll have 1,000 in my bank account and I'll have 100. So how much I'll be there in my bank account now? 1,100. And in year 2, I'll not start with 1,000. I'll start with 100. Again, I'll earn how much? 1,100 only. And again next year, I'll start with 1,000 and I'll gain how much? 100. So how much I'll get? 1,100. So my money was how much in this? I invested 1,000. I earned how much? 1, 2, 3. I earned total $300. This is what interest? Simple interest. But we want to focus on what? Compound interest. So in the compound interest, you earn interest on the principal amount as well as on the interest amount. Example, I invest same 1,000 here. Year 1, how much I will get? I'll have 1,000. I'll earn 100. Assume that 10%. So how much I will have? 1,100. But year 2 in the simple interest, we started with how much? 1,000. But here we start with 1,100. And what is a 10% of this? 1000, sorry, this will be 110. So totally you will have how much? 1210. I mean, multiply by 1.1. You will get this. Okay. Year 3. I'll start with 1210. Multiply by 1.1. You learn how much? 1311. Now here, my money is how much is there? 1000. I earned how much? 1331. So 1000 minus 1331. Extra, how much I earned? 331. See, $31 is more than simple interest. Clear? This is annual. If it is semi-annual means what you can do? You can break again. Example. I'll take same $1000. I'll pay how much? 10 percentage. Like annually the interest rate is 10 percentage, but my payment structure is how? Semi-annual. So $1000 I invested. Year 0.5. I mean, half of the year I will have how much? 1000 into 1.05. It's like 10 percentages for 1 year, but then I am paying an interest after 6 months. So it doesn't mean you will get 10 percentage on the 6 months. You will get only half of it, 5 percentage. So how much you will get? 1050. But year 1 you start with what? 1050. Now how much you will again? 1.05. How much it will be? 1103. 2.5. Next year 1.5. How I will start? 1102.5 into 1.05. See here 3 years means how many times we have to multiply? 6 times. Why 6 times? Because in 3 years, how many 6 months are there? 6 months. 2 6 months in year 1, year 2, year 3. So total 6 months. I mean, like if you divide 3 years into like 6 months, so you'll have 6 months in this. So totally you will have to multiply by 6 times. You will have like almost $1340, which is more than 1331. In the last year, annually how much you are earning? 1331. Now in this how much you are earning? 1340 extra you earned. Clear with this? Simple interest and compound interest. So here you calculate the present value or future value. Future value. I mean, today if I have 1000, after 3 years how much I will have? 1340. Today if I have 1000, yearly I am earning 10 percentage. After 3 years how much I will have in bank account means I will be having 1340. This is the calculation of what? Future value. But what if they are giving the future value and you have to convert into present value? We have to do division. To calculate the future value, you multiply it. To calculate the present value, we divide it. Okay. Clear with this? Nice. Any doubts on the simple interest and compound interest? So to calculate the future value, how we can do? I mean, if you want to put it in the formula, ending value we can tell. Ending value, we'll take it as a compound interest only. Beginning value multiplied by 1 plus R time. I mean, N means time. This is for the compound interest, because simple interest is easy. Again, you just keep on multiply and keep on that easier. That is nothing tough in the simple interest. But that won't be matter also in your section B, because nowhere in the real world it is working on the compound interest only. So this is a formula to find what? Future value. The time should be 6 times. Interest rate will be 0.05 and time will be 6. So what I did in the 6 times, here also you will do with the 6 times. So now we'll do with this an example. Suppose if I invest $10,000 today and annually I can earn 12 percentage. What is the value after 3 years? Calculate this. So first clear the bracket, then multiply with beginning value. How much it is? How much you got? Yeah, 14,000. 14,000. $50. You got 14,000. So how to do it? 1 plus R means 1 plus, this is per 12 percentage, convert into decimal, you will have 0.12, like 0.12. And how many years it is? 3 years. Multiply by 10,000. First, what we'll do, this is called as factor. What factor is this? Future value factor. For the present value we'll learn. This is called as what? Future value factor. So with the factor we have to multiply it. So first we'll clear it. 1 plus 0.12, it will be 1.12 to the power of 3 times. So multiply this, like, I mean 1.12 into 1.12 again 1.12 into, you will get 1.4049 as a factor, multiply with 10,000. So how much you are having at last? 14,049.28. Clear with this? Okay. So this is to find what? Future value. But to find the present value, now the question will be on the present value. If a person want if a person want $10,250, I want what? $10,250, and I can earn 12%. I can earn how much? 12%. Or we'll use the same one and we'll continue with. We'll use the same one. We'll go backward once. So I want $14,049.28. Like I want this much amount. There, how much I will get here? Here, what is the question? I want $14,000 after 3 years, and I can earn 12%. I can earn how much? 12%. What should be I will be investing? We know that it is 10,000. I will put it in the formula and we'll find it. So we want what? We want present value. We want present value. So present value is equal to what? Future value divided by 1 plus rate into time power of n. Okay. Or we can convert this into the easier method. 1 divided by 1 plus r power of n into future value. Sorry, not this one. You can either calculate like this or this. Clear with this? Any doubts on this formula? Now we'll apply this. Either this or that you can. Yeah, you will get the factor and you will multiply with future value. So the easiest one, you can select this formula and do it. If you want to do with this, yes, you can. But what I prefer is you use this one. So first what you'll do, you divide this and multiply with future value. Or here what you have to do, you have to find the denominator, then get divided by numerator. So better than this, we'll do 1 divided by 1 plus r into the time into future value. So we'll use this. So I know what is the future value. What is my future value? 14,049.28. This is what I want. Multiply by 1 divided by, what is r here? 0.2 time 3. That means we have to divide 3 times. So you can take your calculator and you can divide this 1 divided by 1.12. So 3 times do the press the is equal to 1, 2, 3 multiplied by 14,049.28. You will be exactly getting 10,000 as present value. This means what? Present value means you have to invest today 10,000 to get $14,049.28. So these methods we use to find the share price, bonds value, okay, preference share price. What is the price I have to pay today to get this much in the future? Clear with this? Okay, we'll give the random number and we'll try this. What amount he should invest today? What is the price he have to pay today? Clear? So what does it says? He want to get how much? $25,000. After how many years? After 4 years. The interest rate per annum is 14%. What amount he should invest today? So first we'll put the formula 1 divided by 1 plus r in the power of time into future value is equal to present value. So when you do this before you multiply, right? This is called as what? Factor. What factor it is? Discounting. Present value factor or discounting factor. Okay. And in the future value we found out, right? That is called as compounding factor. This is called as discounting. Discount means reduction. Compounding means like will accumulate the things. So here the present value factor is simply a decimal number. Here you will get some decimal number that represent how much is $1 in future worth today. Future $1, what is the worth of $1 of future is today. That is what we are going to find. So in future how much I want to earn? $25,000. For that how much I have to invest? First my simple question is, will you invest more than 25 or lesser than 25? Lesser than 25, yes, logical question. If you want to earn 25, I will put lesser than 25. So then what will, if you multiply with 1 or more than 1, it is more than 25, it will go. So it is a decimal factor. What factor we call it as? It called as a discounting factors. So once you calculate the decimal, you just multiply with the future value amount. So what is the factor you are getting now? 1 divided by 1.14, right? 1 divided by 1.14. How many times we have to divide? 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then you will get 0.5920 multiplied by, what is the future value factor? Sorry, future value. I want 25,000. So if you want 25,000, how much you want to invest today? 14,802. If I invest 14,802 today, I can earn how much? 25,000 after 4 years. After 4 years, I will be having this amount in my bank account. Clear with this? Okay. Now we calculated this, correct? Suppose if a person is telling that if I invest, like I want to get in year 1, I want to get 1,000. In year 2, I want to get 2,000. In year 3, I want to get 3,000. Now it is only 1 year I want to get this much. Now I'm telling what? I'm telling a different thing. I want to get 1,000 in year 1, 2000 in year 2, 3000 in year 3. Year 4, I want 14,000. Year 4, how much I want? I want to get 14,000. How much amount I want to invest today is the question. What is the question? How to get all this? What is the amount I want to invest today? So again, you can use the same formula. Nothing else, you can use the same formula. This is called as what? Cash flow. Correct. This is called as what? Cash flow. This is the cash I want. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 14,000. So if I want 1,000 after year 1, how much you want to invest today? You check. 2,000 after year 2, check. 3,000, check. 4,000, you check. Separately. So for that we call as discounted cash flow. We call this as discounted cash flow. Assume that the interest rate is 10%. Use the interest rate 10%. Now you have the numbers. Use for each amount. Use for each amount and put it. So what you will do for each amount? 1 divided by 1.1 into 1000. Here how much it is? 909. Next, 1 divided by 1.1. 2 times is equal to, you have to do. Why? Because you are getting this 2000 of not after 1 year. You are getting this after 2 years. So multiplied by 2000. 1006. 53 I'll make it. Okay. See, whatever the year is, see, understand the basic thing. Whatever the year is, that many times we have to press is equal to. So after 3 years means you have to press 3 times. So 1 divided by 1.1, 1, 2, 3 multiplied by 3000, it's 2254. Okay. Again 1 divided by 1.1, 1, 2, 3, 4 multiplied by 14,000, it will be 9,562. Okay. Now we'll add everything. 2254, 1653, 909. How much it is total? 14,378. Correct? Got it? Everyone got the same? So you have to invest how much? 14,378 to get this amount. Clear with this? So this is nothing but your discounting you did. But yearly, if you want this much, you have to invest this much. My next question is, we'll take the interest rate as 12%. How much is the interest rate? 12% is the interest rate. Different question. Okay. Now year 1, I want 1,200. Year 2, I want 1,200. Year 3, I want 1,200. Year 4 also, I want 1,200. Year 5, whatever I invested, I want that and everything. I want 26,200. Okay. I want this much. So this is called as what? Cash flow. Now, what is the difference between the first example and second example? Here the amount is different. Here the amount is same. So till what year it is same? Till year 4 it is same. Okay. If the year 5 is also same, I'll use that only. Now rather than wasting your time in multiplying all this each time you do it, we'll take something called as annuity value. What it is? Annuity value. When we can use the annuity value? When you have an amount is even. Suppose 3rd year there is some uneven amount, 4th year even amount. Okay, you can't use it. You can't use for the 4 years. You have to use only when you have a even amount. So what you can do, I'll show how you can use the help of table and you can do this. Okay. You can use the same factor. You can take your calculator and do 1 divided by 1.12 into the power of 4 times. 5th where I'll do it. 4 times you do. Okay. 1 divided by 1.12. 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. and after pressing 4 times is equal to, you should click on GT. So once you click on GT, you will get this number called 3.037. Okay, or you can keep that amount in the calculator and multiply with what? Multiply with 1200. Don't multiply like add and multiply. Just multiply with 1200, because 4 years the amount is even. So you will get this amount, multiply with this 1200. So if you multiply with 1200, you will get an amount 3645. I'll make this 3645. So what does it mean? This means the 1200 whatever you are going to get in the next 4 years, I mean the present value of this. The present value of 4800 is what? 3260. But if you want to do each year, you can do it, but that is a waste of time. So you can calculate this. You can use what called, it is called as what? Annuity factor. You can use that annuity factor and you can calculate this 3645. And this one is usual. Usual means what? The one we find for the 5 years, right? 1 divided by 1.12. 5 times you press is equal to, so 1 divided by 1.1 to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Don't press is GT or nothing, the normal one. Multiplied by 26,200. So you will get how much? 14,866. Then you add this both. Why I'm adding this both? This is still 4th year. This one is still 5 years. 3645. So 18,511. So this is what? Present value. Clear with this? When you have an even number, when you have uneven number, because this again will come in your section E also. So if you understand section B in a better way, section E will be going to be easy. Okay, now we did a calculation by using a calculator or something, but if you want this factor in a table, you can refer to this present value and future value table. Okay, so this is a future value. If you want a future value, you can refer to this table, but usually you will be not referring to future value that much. Okay, this is sorry, this is also future value table. This is a present value table for single cash flow. Single cash flow means not the annuity one, the usual one, right? How to find this means, suppose my interest rate is how much? Assume that my interest rate is 12%. You go here, see this 12, take the 12 and assume that it is for 5th year. So 5 year, 5th year, this amount. So this will be the factor. So I can use this and multiply with, you can use this and multiply with present value, sorry, future value. You will get what? Present value. Clear? And if it is an annuity, you have an annuity table. We used for what? That 12%, right? It was 12%, correct? 12%. For how many years? 4 years. How much it is? 3.0373. 3.0373. And in our calculation, how much we got? 3.0373 only we got. If you multiply this 1200 into 3.0373, you will exactly get how much? 3,645. If you want, either you can calculate, you calculate in the exam. On the right side at the top bar, you will be able to find the calculator and this present value table. Okay, you can either use it both way. You learn both way. Okay, so sometimes you don't need to waste the time. What if they are asking some twisted question in the present value to calculate in the present value? So understand the table, understand the calculation as well. Nothing complicated, right? Okay, before we start section B, we'll understand the difference between these 3 instruments. What are the instrument we are going to discuss in this? One is bond, preference share, equity share. Zoom out or zoom in? In. Okay, clear? So in this We'll understand in the both perspective of investor, perspective of the person who is issuing this. Suppose my company is issuing the shares, so I am the person who what, like borrowing the money from the investor, and you are buying the shares, so you are the person who is investing. So in the bond you can earn what, fixed interest. Suppose you invest in some bonds, you can earn what, a fixed amount of interest you can earn. But in the preference share you can earn fixed dividend. But here might be you will get, might be you will not get, a different amount you can get. Where? In the equity share. Suppose if I borrowed money from the investors, if it is a bond holder, I have to pay back. If you guys take a loan, you have to pay. Bond is like a loan. If you have guys taken a loan, you have to pay back, right? So here there is a legal obligation, you should pay back. Here there is no strict legal obligation, where preference share and also in the equity share. Next, there is a voting rights. They will not get the voting rights. Suppose you gave a loan to someone, it does mean you can take a decision in their company. Can you take, suppose I gave loan to some company, can I take a decision of the company telling that, hey, you should do this, you should be the board of director or something? No, you don't have that power. Here also you will be not having the voting rights, strict restricted voting or limited, might be or might not. Assume that you will be not getting the voting rights, but here you will have full voting rights. Where? In the equity share, because your company it is. If you are an investor, your company it is. Next, priority in repayment. Here it is first priority. Suppose if my company is closing, who will get the money first? Bondholders, because they are we have a legal obligation to pay them. And preference share, second priority, and the last only, whatever anything is left out, who will get? Equity shareholders or the owners will get. Maturity period will be there. For the bondholders, there will be a maturity period. For the preference share, may or may not, but equity share, no maturity period. And for the investor point of view, which one is low risk? Bond. Why the bond is low risk means, because if I give money, I'm sure that I'll get my money back. But if you invest in a startup or if you invest in any company, do you have any surety that you will get your money back? No. You buy shares of any company, are you sure that you will get whatever money you invested? No. The share price will keep on fluctuating. Either you will get more than that or lesser than that. But in the bond, it is not like that. It is like a loan you are giving to someone. So because of this, a bond holder will having a low risk, your equity shareholder will have high risk. This is in the point of view of investor. Opposite is for whom? Company. For the company, bond is high risk, equity is low risk. Why equity is low risk? Because we no need to pay them back. For the equity holders, we no need to pay them back. But for the bond holder, is a high risk. Why? Because we have to pay them back. Clear with this? The opposite of bond holder. Now for the cost of capital, bond is having low cost, equity is having high cost. Why the equity is having a high cost? Any idea? See, for the equity holder, we need to pay the dividend. No, it is not necessary. We might pay or we might not pay, because it's our owners, right? But for the bondholders, you have to pay the interest. Yes, you have to. But still, why we say the bondholder is having a low cost? Suppose if I'm not paying a dividend, zero it is. I'm not paid anything. So then why we still say equity shareholder is a high cost? Any idea? No. Why it is high cost for the equity shareholders? Suppose if my company is making 1 lakh profit, I'm only one owner. Can I take entire 1 lakh? I mean, not into my bank account also. The company, if it is in the company, whose company it is? My company. I can keep the entire 1 lakh. Suppose if I took a loan, I'll pay 8,000 rupees interest. Assume that 8,000 I gave. Rest 92 I can keep. Okay. No, I gave a share of this company. I appointed other person. Now, can I take the entire profit with me? No. Now I have to share the profit. Assume that I 50% I sold. So how much I have to give to him? In the 92, I have to pay him 46. I'll take 46. I'm not putting in the bank account, but still in the company's shares, the profit is shared. You see the difference now? Because of this only we'll tell equity shares is having a high cost of capital. Like it has an opportunity cost. Now the exact bank account difference, it is not there. But it has what? The value we are sharing is very high. Suppose if we issue a share, the company value is getting distributed. So the control of the company is getting distributed. So that is the reason equity share is high cost. Whenever we calculate cost of capital, right? Keep in mind equity share will be having the high cost. Okay. Clear with this? Why high cost? Who is taking the risk here? Investors are taking risk here. As an investor point of view, who is taking risk? Investor taking a risk. If investor are taking a risk, they should get high return. So the company should obviously pay the high return to the equity shareholders. Suppose assume we are not paying to the equity shareholder. What he will do? He will sell the share. He will tell what? I will buy your bond rather than putting money in your equity share, because bond is giving more than the equity share. So safest is what? I'll put in the safest place, I'll earn more rather than putting in this riskier instrument. So they will sell it. When they sell it, what happened? The market price of the share will go down. So it is very riskier. Now the share is worth very less. So because of these reason, the equity shares cost of capital will be very high. Clear with this? Okay. So this is understanding. This is a base understanding you should have to understand the long-term financial management topic. Risk and return, obviously we'll discuss this. Clear with this? Okay. Now we'll start with the first topic called as financial risk and return. Financial risk and return. So risk means what? Risk is having an unfavorable occur. Like risk is what? Unfavorable event occur. Financial risk is connected with financial health of the company. Clear with this? Okay. Now risk can be classified into two types. Pure, either it might be a pure risk or speculative risk. Pure risk means it is harmful one, which you can take the insurance, you can sort it out. But the speculative risk means the risk which you take in investing. In the regular class we learned about this. What is the difference? We solved one MCQ question also. What is the difference between the normal risk and the risk in the investing? Investment, yes, that's a speculative risk. So here, what is the risk? The variability of actual return from the expected return. The variability may either may be gain or loss. So we expected we'll get $1,000, but we got lesser than that. That is called as a risk that is called as speculative risk. The speculative risk in the investing means the variability of actual return from expected return is called as speculative risk. And we have different types of risk here. The two broad categories is what? Systematic and systematic. Systematic is called as market risk. The name of another name of systematic risk is what? Market risk. So here the risk affect the entire market. No one can escape. If this risk occur, entire market is affected. So what it is impossible? It is impossible to completely avoid it just picking different stocks. You can't avoid by taking different stocks. Which risk? Market risk. Or it is affected to everyone. Everyone in the market, it is affected. Like example, inflation. Inflation is affected for one company in a country or the entire company. Inflation will impact entire company. Interest rate will impact everyone. Country's interest rate, inflation, exchange rate, all this will impact the entire economy. So that is called as systematic risk. But few risk also we can diversify, where that is called as unsystematic risk. That is called as unsystematic. Now in the types of systematic risk, these are the risk. One is market risk, interest rate risk, inflation, foreign exchange risk. Now when it comes to unsystematic means what? It is affected for a specific company or a single industry or a particular project. It is only affected for you. Here you can diversify things. Either I am getting affected, I'll split my stocks into different. So example, credit risk, like you invested some in bond and they are not paying back. A default, you gave loan to someone, you are not getting your money back. That is called as credit risk. Liquidity or market risk means you are not able to convert your assets or investments into cash. It's called as liquidity risk. We discussed in section like in which section, like in section A we discussed this liquidity ratio, or like in that ratio we are discussing this liquidity or marketability risk. Okay, next we have business risk. Business risk means, so this risk in the income statement, if you take, we learned about EBIT, earning before interest and tax, that is getting affected. How the earnings before interest and tax is getting affected? Either by increasing the cost by the supplier or by demand of the customer. That is called as business risk. Next, industry risk. There is some kind of risk which is affected only to this industry. And political risk. This risk might happen in a country that will cause a value to change or become worthless, where you are invested in some other country, or some new issues are coming on. So because of this, one example, that you invested in a country, your business is going, and that country government is telling you can't take your money back to your home country. So that is called as political risk. Okay. Next, we understood the risk, type of risk. So majorly we can categorize two types of risk. What are the two broad type of risk? Systematic and systematic. Systematic risk means a market risk which no one can escape. Unsystematic risk means it is affected to one company or to an industry or something. Clear? Next, we'll start with return. So the return is income received by an investor on the investment. A return is expressed as a percentage of principal amount invested. How the return is expressed? Return is expressed as a percentage. We'll tell I earned 15%. I earned in the rather than telling an amount, we'll tell in the percentage. Example, in the FD and all, they will give as a rate. You see, they will give 4%, 6%, and the investor will say, yeah, compoundly I've earned 12%, 15%, right? So that is called as return. So the return on an investment is a function of what and all will impact amount you invest. What amount you invested? Based on that only you will get the return, right? A person invested 100 and 1,000. Will both have a same dollar of return? No. Length of time the amount is invested. If you invest for many years, you will get more returns. Okay. The rate of return on the investment. What is the rate you're earning on the investment? So how to calculate this? So this is a formula to calculate annual rate of return. So this formula, if you see, this says what? Annual rate of return. So how to calculate annual rate of return? Amount invested, amount received. Example, I invested 1,000 and I earned 100. How much I earned a return? 10%. Correct? So I want to put it in the formula. 1,000 I invested. See, the base should be what? Invested amount. And numerator should be the amount you earned. So how much it is? $1,000. But the problem here it is, what if a person is investing in the middle of the year? Person is investing in the middle of the year. Example, average balance of the amount invested is there, right? So that one we will go and discuss now. What is the rules we'll see. When the income received for an investment that was for less than a full year, if I invested in the 6 months, whatever the income I'm earning, is it for 1 year or for the 6 months? It's for the 6 months. Then what you have to do? You have to annualize it to find the rate. Example, in 6 months I earned in 6 months, 6 divided by 12 you have to, in 6 months I earned $100 on 1000. So what you have to do, that 100 you have to annualize it. How to annualize? You can divide by 6 and multiply by 12 also you can do, or multiply 6 divided by 12 also you can do. Example, we'll see this. So, no, I'm dividing by 6 and multiply by 12. So 6 if you divide, you will get for 1 month. Multiply by 12, you will get for 12 months. Okay. So the amount invested, which is denominator, is the calculation of average balance of amount invested. What you have to do? The denominator you should average it. So an investor invests 10,000 for 1 year and earn 500 in return. So simple. I earned how much? 500. What is the amount I invested? 10,000. So I earned 5%. You multiply by 100, you will get this. Okay, 5%. Now, what if the investor invests 10,000 for only 6 months and earn 250? How much I'm earning? 250. So 250 I earned. For how many months I earned this? 6 months. So, but what is the rule? Annualize it. So what you can do? Divide by 12, sorry, 6 and multiply by 12. How much you will get? You will get 500. See this? 500 divided by how much money I have invested? 10,000. So how much again? 5%. Clear with this? Okay. The 2 example is clear. We'll go to the third example. An investor invests 10,000 for 3 months. How many months is he investing 10,000? Only for 3 months. And withdraw 4,000. So how much is left now? How much is left? 6,000 is in the investment. 4,000 he took. Now the remaining $6,000 he is keeping for 3 months. At the end of the 6 months, the investor withdraws 6,000 along 200. So what is the amount I earned? 200. In how many months I earned this? In how many months I earned this? 6 months. 2 months plus 4 months we earned in 6 months. So if it is in 6 months, what is the thing we have to do? Again, annualize it. So how much I earned? 200. Either you can do this or this, you will get the same. Okay. Because in 6 months, if I am earning 200, in 1 year I'll earn double of it. So 400 I'll earn. Numerator is sorted. Now the question is about denominator. The denominator says 10,000 I kept for how many months? 3 months. And remaining, like I took that 4,000 and remaining 6,000 I kept for 3 months. So 10,000 I was in. So either we can use the beginning plus ending. Beginning how much it was? 10. Ending how much it was? 6. So 10 plus 6? 16. 2. 8. That you don't do. That you don't do. In this example, if you do, you will get the same answer. But that one you don't do in the investment. We'll do this method. Don't do the normal average. Which one? Beginning plus ending divided by 2. Don't do it. In average invested amount, you do this. How many months 10,000 was there? 3 months. How many months 6,000 was there? 3 months. Multiply this. 10,000 into 3. 6,000 into 3. So you'll get a figure. Add it. So here how much it is? 30,000. Here 6 3s are 18,000. So total how much? 48. For how many months we are discussing all this? They have not kept the money for the 12 months. They kept money for how many months? 6 divided by 6. So the average amount is how much? 8,000. So now 400 divided by 8,000. It's again I think 5%. Clear with this?
You do that in that month by year.
Which one I have to do month by year?
That
8,000.
8,000.
How to do in a month by year?
3 months means 12 divided by.
Why you have to divide by 12?
No.
We are not annualizing, right?
12 divided by 3. Like that we can't do this.
Into 12?
Divided by 3.
Into 12 divided by 3, if you do like into 12, you will get 120. 120 divided by 3, it's how much? You will have like nearly how much? 40,000. You will not get it. Why you have to do like simple? 10,000 I kept for how many months? 3 months. 6,000 I kept for how many months? 3 months. So keep it. Divide by total how many months we are discussing now? 6. Divide by 6. You will get 8,000. Because 10,000 I have keeping for 3 months. 6,000 I am keeping for 3 months. So I'll get a weighted average amount of 48,000. So in 48,000, if I divide by 6, I'll get 8,000. You see with another example also. Suppose what if the investor is left with 10,000 in 5 months? I kept how many? 10,000 I kept for how many months? 5 months, and only 6,000 for only 1 month. So 10,000 into 5 plus 6,000 into 1. Correct. Here it is 50. Here it is 6. So 6 divided by 56 divided by 6, 9,333 will be the average. So the average amount will get different. Why the average amount should get different? Because you are not keeping the same amount in the investment. You keep on if you want to change the investment, this will be the case. So don't do beginning plus ending. If you do beginning plus ending, what happened? What was the beginning amount here? 10,000. Ending amount was how much? 6,000. So beginning 10, ending is 6 divided by 2. How much it is? 8. And here also what is the beginning? 10. Ending is how much? 6. 16 divided by 2, 8. So is the average balance same on the both the year? No, it should not be. Why the average balance should not be same here? Because in this example, they are keeping 10,000 only for 3 months. And in this example, they are keeping 10,000 for 5 months. So the average balance should be more than the first example. Okay. Here we are not annualizing to multiply. Here we are doing the average. So to find the average, we'll divide with the number of months the amount was invested. Clear with this? Okay. So clear with the formula? Return, you have to annualize, and the denominator you have to average. Now we'll understand the relationship between risk and return. So higher the risk, higher the return. We all know this, right? So we all know the more risk we take, we should get more return. So we need to learn like the risk hierarchy in this, the safest to riskiest. So US Treasury stock is safer one. Why? Because we assume that they don't have any risk in it. Suppose you are giving a money to the government as a loan, for sure you will get your money back. So because of that, it has a lowest return. Then is first mortgage bond. What is first mortgage bond means? You are keeping something as a collateral. If you keep something as a collateral means what? Suppose if this guy is not paying money, now we can go and take that whatever the asset he have kept as a collateral. Next, second mortgage bond. Backed only whatever the collateral is left over. Suppose he is keeping the mortgage in the same building, he is kept twice. First mortgage bondholder will take that building. If after clearing his loan, anything left out only will get it from the building value. Next, income bond. So it is also unsecured bond. Only pay the interest if the company is earning enough income. Debenture bond. It is also unsecured bond backed only by the company's promise. Second mortgage bond means suppose if I am keeping this building, the building value is 10 lakh. Suppose this guy have given the loan for 8 lakh and other guy have given the loan for 5 lakh. Now in this 10 lakh bill, suppose if he is not able to pay, what he will do? He'll capture the building. First, this first mortgage bondholder will come and take the building. He will settle his debt. Now what is left out in the building more? 2 lakhs. That only he will get it. Clear with this? So the first it has to satisfy whom? First mortgage bondholder. Then only if anything left out will get for the second mortgage bondholder. Okay. Next, preferred stock is again, it's like a equity only. You pay the fixed dividend and get paid out to the regular owners. However, you will get the dividend, right? So more riskier. When you have an income only, you have to pay, you need to pay the dividend, because dividend is not a legal obligation to pay, but interest is a legal obligation. Next, convertible preferred stock. Same as above, but here they have an option to convert to common stock. Who have an option to convert to common stock? Preferred shareholders will have a option to convert to common stock. Next, common stock is high riskier thing is what? Common stock. Because the absolute last line to get in the bankruptcy. Suppose if the company is getting liquidation, who will get the money first? Bondholders will get the money first. Then who will get? Preferred stakeholders. Then who will get? Common shareholders will get their money. Because of this, only the common shareholder is considered as high riskier. Suppose if you invest in any shares and all, it is not, your returns are not fixed, your dividends are not fixed. No one promised you that they will get. Whenever you buy a Reliance share, will the Ambani will come and tell, hey, this will be the price after 5 years? No owners is promising you. But when you buy a bond, if you want to buy a bond, and there are multiple applications now we can buy the bond. When you buy a bond, they will tell a predetermined amount. See, this much amount you will get after 6. They are promising you this amount you will get after 6 months or after 1 year. But if you buy a shares, no, you don't have that same assurance what you will be having in the bond. Okay. Now we'll learn what is called as CAPM, capital asset pricing model. Now we all know that the relationship between the risk and the return. So the risk, whatever we take, based on that only we'll have the return. Okay. Little risk, low return. High risk, high return. So what the investor will want to do? Investor will like to maximize the return on the given risk. On the given risk, what is the maximum return I can take? I'll take. And on the given return, what is the lowest risk I can take? That much I will take. In this risk, if I take this risk, this level of risk. So in that level of risk, one person is giving $10, one person is giving $12. Both have the same risk. Which one you will select? 12. So then you will select. So what does it mean? In the given level of risk, you should earn highest possible return. And in the given return, you have to select the lowest possible risk. Suppose a company is giving $12. 1% beta value is 1.4, 1% beta value is 1.2. The lower the beta value, the lower the risk. So we'll select what? 1.2. So in the given level of return, you should minimize the risk. That should be our motto. So in that, now we can convert this. The capital asset pricing model is used to determine what? The expected rate of return. There's the CAPM, again and again it will come. Again, in the long-term financial management, the CAPM again comes. If you know here, it is the steps we can completely ignore. So in the CAPM, what does it CAPM will help you to calculate? The CAPM will help you to calculate required rate of return. What is it help you to calculate? It help you to calculate the required rate of return. Now tell me, there is someone who's giving 2% risk free. Someone is giving 2% risk free. And the other person is inviting you and telling, I will give same 2%, but there is a risk. Which one you will accept? Without risk, you will accept this. Suppose you want to accept that, what you will ask? You will ask extra. That is called as risk premium. Understood? If suppose there is a risk-free return of 2%, will you accept a return which is 2 or lower than 2, which is having a risk? No. Why you will not accept? Because there is someone who is giving without risk, someone is giving 2%. Why I should accept the 2%? Then we'll ask what? We'll ask something extra to pay me, that is called as risk premium. So what it is? A risk-free plus risk premium is called as return. Risk free plus risk premium is called as return we are expecting. Now there is a formula to calculate the risk premium. What is the formula to calculate the risk premium is market risk is 1. What is the market risk? 1. The beta value of the market risk is how much? 1. And my company is having 1.2. My company's beta value is how much? 1.2. Here no need to worry about the beta value. Beta value is given, or you have to find the beta value by using this formula only. So the beta value is how much? 1.2. 1.2 means you are more riskier than the market. Now in the market means like it's an index fund or a market. Someone is giving in the same level of risk, someone is giving 4% return. But my company beta value is how much? 1.2, more than that. So will you accept if someone is giving a return of 4%, will you accept this? No, will not accept this. Why will not accept this? Because we want more return than this. So what you will do, you will multiply with the beta value. So we have a risk premium. We can break this as CAPM formula. RF you keep aside. Risk premium is calculated how? RM minus RF into beta. The beta here. RM minus RF into beta. Clear? Beta means what? How volatile a specific stock, how volatile a specific stocks compared to overall market. If market is reducing by 10, how you are going? If market is increasing by 10, how you are going? One is what? Market. More than one means more volatile than market. Lesser than one means less volatile than market. Example, market beta is 1. Okay, riskier. And a company's beta value is lesser than 1, which means you are less riskier than the market. So your return, you can also give the return lesser than the market. Acceptable. Why? Because you are less riskier than the market. Clear with this? So what is the formula of the CAPM? The formula of the CAPM is R is equal to RF plus RM minus RF. So R means what? A required rate of return. The expected rate of return formula is this. Clear? Any doubts on this? Simple as that. Okay. Now we can consider this risk free means without any risk you will get the return. Example, government bonds, T-bills, because without risk you can get that amount. So risk free rate is 3%, and market return is, we can consider as, market is giving 7%, and the beta is 1.5. Now if you see this formula, first of all you should understand that I'm not ready to take 7% or 3%. Why? My beta is more than the market, and my company is having certain risk. So, and what is the risk free rate and beta? 0, because no risk. So the beta is 0. So beta indicates risk. So now we'll put in this formula. Risk free is how much? 3. Beta is how much? 1.5. RM is how much? 7 minus 3. So RM minus RF is what? Market risk premium. Market is giving how much? 7. Risk free is giving how much? 3. Market, there is some risk, and risk free you are getting 3. Then will you accept the 3% in the market? Will you accept? No, you will not accept. Why? There is a risk in the market. Consider market as something. If I go to market, my risk is there, but a risk free someone is giving 3. No, you will go to market, or you accept risk free? You will accept risk free. Why? Because risk, there is no risk. But if you want to accept market, it should be more than 3. Now the market is giving how much? 7. On an average, market is giving 7. So the extra 4 is called as what? Premium. More than risk free, something called as premium. So what premium is this? This is called as market risk premium. It is called as market risk premium. So what is the market risk premium you will get? 4. But this is market risk premium, but I am more riskier than the market. Will you be happy with the 4 premium? No. If I go to the market, market is giving me 4, but you are riskier than the market, right? So you will give more than that. So I'll multiply by 1.5 because my beta is more riskier than the market. So 4 into 1.5 is how much? No, 6, right? So you'll get collectively, you will get 6. So 6 plus 3, total my return should be how much? 9%. Correct? Clear with this? So understand that RM minus RF, that is where mostly tested question, because these things students will ignore. So RM minus RF means what? The premium who is giving, market is giving, because in the security market lane again we'll learn this. We'll learn in the graph. Okay. Now you try to do this. Assume a company beta is 8. Beta is how much? 0.8. See, when the beta is lesser than 1, what does it mean? My return, if lesser than the market, is also okay, because beta is less than 1. And investor demand in the market 6.5. 6.5 is where they are demanding in the market return. So my return should be more than 6.5 or lesser than 6.5? Less than 6.5. Why? Because I am less riskier than the market. And risk free is 0.5%. Risk free is 0.5. What is the investor required rate of return? Try to calculate this. Five point three. Everyone got 5.3%. Clear with this?
We are adding that 5% again 0.005 because the basic risks are existing, so we are adding
Which one? This one?
risk free.
What?
That is market premium, and this one is this.
See, if you want to break this two things, initially I started breaking with 2. Again I broke this market premium. This is what? Risk free. If I want more than like if there is a risk in my stock, I'm happy with the risk free. No, I want more than that. So this is called as risk premium of, not market, risk premium of my stock. If the premium plus risk free is the return I expect. And how to calculate the premium? The premium is calculated based on beta into RM minus RF. What is RM minus RF? Whatever the premium market is giving, more than that or lesser than that I will give. That is my premium. Whatever the market is giving the premium, more than that or lesser than that I will give. That is my premium. My premium plus risk free.
More than or less than, the beta will be.
Beta will be determined that. Beta, if it is more than 1, more, lesser than 1, less, equal to 1, equal to market. Okay. Now we'll put that same thing in the graph now. Okay. So this is called as beta. Okay. Horizontally it is beta. Vertically it is return. Okay. Now the same, this is the same, I think the same example we did. Now from where the return should start, at least the return should be 0.05. That's a risk free, right? The return should start from 0.05. In this example, it started from 0.05. Then if my beta value was how much in this? 0.8. So it starts somewhere here, correct? Stands somewhere here. When it is here, what is the return I should get? Here it will be. So this the graph they have drawn based on the calculation. So if you put, what does it says? If the beta is 1, how much I should earn? I should earn nearly 4%. Okay. But here in this example, it says how much? 6.5%. According to this example, if you want to follow this example, where will be my beta 1 will stand? My beta 1 will stand here. Because that is where the market lies, right? Market is telling how much I want. If beta is 1, I will give 6.5. So 6.5 stands here. So this is a different example. Here, what is my RM? My RM will be 4. Here only I would have given, yeah. So RM is how much? RM is 4. Now if my beta is 1, I'm happy with 1. But what if my beta is 1.5? I should get the return of 5.5. Nearly it is 5 or 6. We can take it as 6. Correct? So this is suppose if my beta is 2, my return should go up. So this says what is the expected rate of return. Clear with this? Okay, if my beta is 1, I should get 4. If my beta is 1.5, I should get 5.5 or 6. Clear? So the line starts from where? Risk-free rate. So here, what is the market return? 4. Then we can tell, you can follow the demand line. If my beta is 1.5, I should get how much? 6. Now we learned this. The bottom piece is called as risk-free rate, 0.05. And the top piece is called as risk premium. Now what is the total expected return? Risk-free baseline plus risk premium. Risk-free plus risk premium is called as expected return. Now tell me, I'm getting a return. I'm expecting, according to this graph, how much I should get? I should get 6. I should get how much? 6. But this is giving 5.5. Assume that this is giving 5. Will you accept? Yes, will you accept? The expected rate of return is how much? 6. But they are giving how much? 5. Will you accept? No. And they are giving 8. But you are expecting how much? 6. But they are giving 8. Will you accept? Yes. Because you are more happy to accept it. So now there is a 2 dots I have drawn. One is 5. It stands here. And one is 8. It stands here. So now we are learning 2 points. One is below the security market line. One is above the security market line. One is below the security market line. One is above the security market line. So the one which is below the security market line, will you accept this or not? No, you will not accept this. So this is called as overvalued. When it is overvalued, I will not accept. So if I holding some stocks, I will start selling this. And anything above this is called as undervalued. When it is undervalued, we'll start go and buy this. So we'll tell that what underrated food spot and all, right? Same, within what everyone will do, we'll go there. Underrated, it is underrated. Underrated tourist place. Underrated movies. Underrated means the people is not valuing that much. It's called as underrated. So the same way in the stock, when it is undervalued, what everyone will do? Yeah, we'll go and purchase it. And we'll tell overrated. Overrated food. Overrated movies. Correct? So those movies, yeah, we'll not rewatch or will not go and eat in that restaurant because we'll tell it's overhyped. So same way it is overvalued. So anything below the market line, it is overvalued. Anything above the market line, it is undervalued. Opposite. Okay. So this is a green and red. So understood how to use the security market line. So we'll draw the market line and see. And anything above the market line will accept. Anything below the market line will reject it. Okay. See this. Here it is underpriced. Here it is overpriced. Next is portfolio risk and return. So in this portfolio theory, this is like modern portfolio theory. It says you have to invest in a stock or you have to, you should check the return. You should not check the return of an individual stock. You have to check the return of the whole portfolio. Example, one stock is giving you like 20% return, but the other stock is pulling your return to like 30% or 40%. But if you see as a portfolio, you're losing money. So what you have to check? You have to check how one stock is reacting to other stock. One example, if you have invested all your money in same industry. Example, you are invested in Tata Motors, you are invested in Mahindra, all like automobile industry. If anything problem is coming to automobile industry, what happened? If all your stocks will go down, correct? So then what you will do? You diversify it. You diversify. How you will diversify? You will diversify your stock portfolio by investing in different industries, or different companies, or different industries you will invest. Will in investment will tell, right? You should not keep all the eggs in one basket. Suppose if the basket falls, all the eggs will break. The same way, you should not invest everything in a single instrument or in a single industry. So how to diversify the portfolio? You should invest in multiple. So what is that multiple thing is? You should understand the relationship between these two stocks. If one is falling and other is also falling, they are correlated very high. They are correlated. So you should not invest like that. Why? Because if it's falling, this is also fall. So you should work on the opposite relationship. How? If one is falling, the one should increase. So because of this, you will diversify your risk. So that is called as
Why? One is rising, another one will
fall.
This is also a risk, right?
That is risk, but you are not losing any money. Losing anything? No, you're not losing anything. You will gain something. Yeah, you will gain some part of return. It's not like one is falling 10, one is rising 10. So if one is falling 10%, if one might rise for 12%. So you earned extra how much? You earned 12. So the point of modern portfolio theory is you should not invest in a stock which is having too much correlation. How the correlation means? It starts from -1 to +1.
So you can tell that there will be no cause and effect between both these stocks.
You should, like, we should tell that the relationship between these two stocks. We should understand how these two stocks move together. How these two stocks move together. Example, if it is +1, what is it? Positively correlated. 0 means no relation at all. If it is falling, if it is not falling, I'm not doing anything. What does it mean? No relation. -1 means what? Negative correlation. Negative correlation. Example, like if you want to put in an example, now you invested in a company who sells umbrella. You invested in a company who sells ice cream. Like, take it as a idle example. There is only two companies. One company is selling umbrella, one company is selling ice cream. Suppose if it is rainy, which one will sell more? Umbrella will sell. What about the ice? Ice will be selling, but not high as umbrella. You can't tell the ice we will sell 0. Even the ice sales will be there, but it will be going down. But umbrella will increase. Now when it comes to sunny season, like when it is too hot, yes, people use umbrella, but not as much as they use in the rainy season. Then what happened? The umbrella sales will go down, but the ice cream sales will be very high at the summer. So now what happened? So now this is how the correlation work. Now you invested in a both company who sells ice cream, means both will pull down. Both selling umbrella means both will go down. The sales will go down. So the returns are going down. So you have to invest. That is why we have to understand how these two stocks moving together. Now clear with this, how the portfolio theory working with this idle example. So this is how to find the correlation. Do the division. How they are correlated. One is 10% and other is negatively 8%. So understand the correlation. That's it. Okay. This is how we'll do this. We use a tool called diversification. You will diversify the investment in different. And next is asset allocation. Asset allocation is a process of selecting and combining different asset. I mean, in stock, bond, real estate, cash. These are the different types of asset you are allocating through diversification. So how should I divide my investment money across different asset type to maximize my return while minimizing the risk? This is our motto. Maximize the return, minimize the risk. So based on that, what we'll do? We'll diversify our portfolio. So if it is like fully diversified, if a sufficient number of assets is called as fully diversified, or we call it as efficient portfolio. We call it as efficient portfolio. Now we have to understand the portfolio risk. How to understand and calculate the portfolio risk is, you invested 60% in stock A and 40% in stock B. So how should I understand the portfolio return? 60% of 8% and 40% of 14% is equal to 10.4%. Because if I have 1 lakh, I invested 60,000 in one company and 40,000 in one company. In 60,000 company, I'm earning how much? 8%. And 40,000 company, I'm earning how much? 14%. So collectively on 1 lakh, I earned how much? 10.4%. But you see, no company is giving 10%. But collectively, I earned 10.4%. If you want to put the number also, you will get the same. 60,000 into 8%, 40,000 into 14%. Add it, and how to calculate the return? Return divided by investment. You will get the percentage. Then there is something called as diversifiable risk and diversifiable risk. The portion of individual risk that can be minimized by using diversification. See, there are some risk. We learned systematic and systematic, right? There are some risk which you can diversify, which you can escape. I told when you can escape. But there are some risks which you can't escape, like called as market risk or systematic risk. Inflation. If inflation is there, it affects all the investment you did. So that is called as undiversifiable risk. Okay. Portfolio theory, yeah. So portfolio theory, portfolio attempt to manage the balance of risk through the proper asset allocation. So it deals with what? The balance of the risk and the return of the investment and selection of investment that form the portfolio. So in the portfolio, you should balance what? Risk and return between these stocks. Coefficient of correlation and how to calculate the coefficient of correlation. Suppose if it is positive correlation, is it good or bad? Consider that as a bad. Example, you invested in Ford and some other company. We can tell like you invested in Ford and you invested in Tata Motors, something. Both manage the same, and this is positive because both are automobiles, right? You invested in Mahindra and you invested in Tata Motors, both having a positive correlation because both are in the automobile industry. Next, we can tell zero. Zero is like consider as a good only. Why we are considering as a good as zero? Because one is not related with other. Example, Microsoft and Starbucks, not connected with anyone. So that is good. And next one is what? Negative is perfect. Why negative is perfect is because one is not one work opposite of others. Example, like Airways and oil company. Suppose if oil price is decreasing, who will make the profit? Airways, because the fuel they will get a cheaper price. So Airways they will make the profit. So here your oil company is making like lesser profit, but who is getting more profit? Airways will get more profit. Now we'll tell an opposite way. If Airways is oil prices are increasing, oil company will make more profit, but Airways will make a lesser profit. So they are negatively correlated. So one side you make a negative and one side you'll make a positive. but doesn't mean that falling is so high. That understanding you should have. The volatility. So that is what we told. The movement of these two stocks, how it is going, you should understand. Okay. Okay. Done with the first topic. The risk and return, we learned the basics. We learned the first topic. See, when you learn the first topic, which is a basic one, and the first topic is enough, your section B and section E is sorted. Now again, what we are doing, we'll calculate again this by using this present value, right? We calculate everything. But the thing is, we are going to learn the concepts. Calculation is going to be easier if you know how to calculate the present value and future value, all this thing. Next, we apply the concept on this. Where, what, how it is working. Understand why we are doing it. See, when you understand why we are doing this, you'll understand when whatever the question they'll ask, you'll put it. But if you mug up the formula, no. They will, you know how the twisted questions you will get. So you can't apply the formula for all the question blindly. Moreover, in a part 2, more practical, if you take in the section B, they can ask you an application wise question. So in application wise question, you should be in a position to take a decision. For that, you should understand the calculation. And to calculate, you should apply the concept. So baseline is concept. Calculations, yes, the basic maths, that's easy as that. Okay. Now in the second topic, we start with long-term financial management. Break. We'll finish the debt, or okay, we'll finish the cost of capital and we'll go for a break. So in the long-term financial management, in the section A, we learned about this capital structure. What is a capital structure means? Debt plus equity, or we can tell in the sentence how the asset is funded. How the asset is funded is called as capital structure. If the asset is funded hugely by the debt, means what? You borrowed more money to fund your business rather than you went to an investor and collected it. And if equity is more, what does it mean? It is funded by the investor. Suppose I'm starting a company. Okay, I'm starting a company with $100,000. So I put this in my company bank account. Who put? I put. So whose money is this? Owner's money. Where it will come? Equity. So asset will be how much? $100. Because in my company bank account there is $100 is equal to equity. Who gave this? I gave. Now equity balance is how much? $100. My balance sheet is tallied. Now I want to buy some machine. So to buy this machine, I'm borrowing $20,000. I'm borrowing $20,000. So that is what? Debt. Correct? So who gave this? Some bank gave this. Now I buy machine. Machine is what? Machine is what? Asset, liability, asset. So 20,000. So now I see my balance sheet is how? 120. And here my balance sheet is how much? 120. So we can tell my asset is equal to equity plus liability. Clear with this? Okay. Now we all know the table we understood, right? Debt, preference share and equity share. That one we have to apply here. Now in the equity, what and all equity is there? Preferred equity and common equity. Liability is debt part. So now we know that debt is riskier for whom? For the investor, and for the company is less riskier. Sorry, for investor it is less riskier, for the company it is more riskier because company has to pay back. One point is this. Second point is the cost. Which is having a lesser cost? Debt is having lesser cost. These two things you understand will done with this long-term financial management. So we can get the money from external and internal. External means go take the loan, borrow from the preferred stock, borrow from the common stock. Internal funds means use the company own profit to run the business. Sustainable growth rate. What is the sustainable growth rate we learned in the section A? It is a rate which a company can grow without borrowing, without borrowing with the outsiders. By using my own profits, how much I can grow? There is certain limit, right? You can't grow like a multi-billion-dollar company by using your own profit. Obviously, all company you take, even Apple is having a liabilities. They are, like, you can tell they are number one company. Why still they have the liabilities? Because one is, it is tax deductible. Okay. Still the company will be using this debt to grow themselves. That we learned in the leverage. Use someone else's money. Leverage means take advantage. Use someone else's money to grow yourself. Okay. So now the optimal capital structure is this. Capital structure I told, equity and debt, how they are funding the asset. The optimal, the best one is what? Like the optimal capital structure, the future prospect of the company. What does this future prospect of the company means? How we are in, how predictable we are in. Okay. For example, a startup, when it comes to startup, or when it comes to predictable cash flow, startup will not have a predictable cash flow. And when it comes to a company where they are running for many years, they will have a predictable cash flow. When they have predictable cash flow, they can easily go and take what? Debt. Because they can pay the interest. But can a startup fund more money from the debt? No, high risk here, right? First of all, they don't have money. That is the reason you see the startup founders will go and find the investors rather than going to the bank. Why? Because they are not sure, first of all, they will make a money or not. So the future prospect of the company is very important to set your optimal capital structure. Then the equity market. When it is a bull market means when the market prices are rising, the stock price is rising means then what you do? Issue the price. Now the market is high, right? Then issue the price. When the stock market is crashing, then if you go and set the price like $1,000, no one will invest. Then go to the bondholders. Tell that bondholders give some money, will pay you the interest. The amount of risk the company is willing to accept. If you want to take more risk, take the bond. If you want to take less risk, go with equity. Like how aggressive you are, based on that it decide. Based on how that depends upon your company. Okay, next, the reputation of the issuer and the interest rate they would pay to the issue the debt. Example, if your company is rated low, there is some rating agencies and all there, they rate your company's bond. Like we have a CIBIL score, right? The same type, there is a rating agency, they will rate the bonds. So they rated very low. When they rate very low, you have to pay more interest. Rating very low means your bond is riskier. When the bond is riskier, investor will ask, investor demand more return. When investor demand more return, you have to pay more interest. So that depends upon the optimal capital structure and the cost of each source of capital. The cost of capital you have to understand. By understanding all this, you will set what? Optimal capital structure. What you want, how much does it cost? Simple as that. What you want, how much does it cost? If you want to take more risk, go with bond. Okay. We all know that debt is cheaper. Correct. Low cost of capital. But it is dangerous. Why it is dangerous, I'll tell you. Suppose we went for the bondholders. A company is hugely debted. A company with less debt. Which company will invest? A company with huge debt, a company with less debt. Which company you will prefer as an investor? Less debt. You prefer less debt. If you want to invest in the huge debt company, what the company should give you? More return. So now see, it becomes costlier. Your debt is cheaper. Exactly, because in debt you will get a tax benefit and all is there. Debt is cheaper. But the more debt you take, the more riskier you will go. The more riskier you go, the investor will demand more return. If you are not able to give the return to the investor, what the investor will do? They will sell the company share. When they sell the company share, the market price of the company will go down. Then the competitor will come and acquire it. If they want, they can acquire it. So these things and all is happening where you are thinking, yeah, debt is very cheap, we can take more debt. It affects. There is a domino effect on this. One side you are taking more cheaper thing, and you know that you have to pay a lot of interest. If you're not able to pay a lot of interest, what will happen? Your company will you have to file the bankruptcy, other type of risk. So yes, you have to take the debt till optimal level. Once you reach that optimal level, please slow down, don't take that. Okay, because taking a debt will also increase your WACC. Initially the WACC will drop, but the investor will ask more return, right? Then again the WACC will increase. See, the WACC skyrockets back up, which means the WACC will again increase. We'll calculate the WACC, how it impact the WACC. Okay, so one thing we learned is a cost of capital. What is cost of capital? The capital is term used for long-term funding used by the firm. The money they will get from the investor, right? That is called as capital. How your capital funded? If you're asking, yes, my capital is funded by the owners. My capital is funded by the debtors. Okay. Or sorry, the capital is funded by the bondholders, debentures. This and all is what? This and all is a loan we have taken, which is a liability. A firm capital is supplied by either by the creditors, sorry, it's lenders, or owners, or a shareholders. Equity. This is equity, liability is equal to asset. Simple as that. Now, cost of capital means what? Now, whoever gave the capital, right? Will they give simply? They will ask for some return. That is called as cost of capital. So, overall cost of capital is return expected by the investors on a portfolio consists of company's outstanding securities. Securities means both equity and liability. On whatever the securities the owners and the creditors have given, on that they will expect to some return, right? That is called as cost of capital. Okay. Example, CAPM we calculated. In that what we calculated? We calculated the expected return. That is what who is expecting? Equity shareholders are expecting. And bond, there is a bond with a certain percentage what we have promised, that much they are expecting. So average this, that is called as WACC. Okay. So in the context, if you want to put this in the formula, total after tax cost of financing for the required rate of return. Numerator is what? Cost. Denominator is what? Market value of financing. What does it market value of financing means? Suppose the stock par value is $10. Stock par value is 10. But the market value is 100. Now you are going to issue the stock. Will you collect 100 from the investor or 10 from the investors? As a company, you collect 100 from the investors or the $10 from the investors. You collect on the market value or on the par value? Market value. Par value is just a paper value. Market value means because my company shares is $100. Now if you want to issue more, if you are issuing lesser than 50, like lesser than 100, which is $50, what about the current investors? They will blame, hey, market price is dropped to 50 now. The market, you're dropping the market price to 50. They will, so what you will issue? You will issue for $100 only. So now everyone is buying for 100. So that means the cost of capital is, suppose if a person is investing $100 and the cost is $10. So the return is, the cost of capital is 10%. And what is that after tax cost means? Interest is cost of capital. But interest, what you will get? You will get tax benefit. Example, suppose if you are paying 10,000 in interest, you will pay how much? 10. But is 10,000 is a cost? Not really. Because here we will get tax benefit. Assume the tax rate is 30. So exactly you are spending how much? 7,000. We already explained this many times how this 7,000 is coming. So exactly you are spending only 7,000 because 3,000 who is giving? Government is giving as a benefit. So that amount you should put in the numerator. So the numerator should be what? Guys, these two things. Keep it in the mind whenever you calculate the cost of capital. Don't ever take book value. Don't ever take book value. Completely ignore the book value whenever you calculate the cost of capital. What you have to calculate? Market value. Numerator should be after tax. Two things. Numerator should be after tax. They will confuse you, but don't get confused. Two things. After tax should be the numerator. Denominator should be market value. So in simple word, if I want to write cost divided by market value of financing. Cost divided by market value of financing. So in the WACC, weighted average cost of capital is equal to, you weight the equity and debt. Understand their weightage. 60% is equity, 40% is debt. So that is the weightage, and multiply with the cost whatever they are having, that is called as WACC. We'll calculate the WACC. We have a separate topic, we'll calculate it. But this is a basic. So the required rate of return from the investor perspective is equal to cost of capital from the company standpoint. Now, from the company standpoint, it is a cost. From the investor standpoint, it is return. What they are expecting, suppose my investors are expecting 10%. So what is the cost of the company? 10%. My cost is their return is my cost. Therefore, a company cost of capital is the average rate of return that the investor demand to invest in the company debt and equity. So if the debt holders and equity holders want to invest in your company, that is the average return you have to make. Suppose if your company is not able to make this return, then you are not meeting your investor expectation. Clear with this? Clear with the cost of capital? So based on this cost of capital, we'll go and start with bond financing, equity financing. In equity, again, preferred and common equity, we'll calculate it. Okay, we'll take a break, we'll come back and we'll start with this. We'll go for a lunch break and we'll Okay. We'll start with bond financing. Then we'll go to equity. Okay. See, bond as a company, they'll take it as a like source of financing. Suppose if a company want money, they will ask it as a source of financing. Or if you are an investor, you can also purchase the bond. Assume that my company want $1 million, so I'll issue the bonds. Now as you are an investor, you will invest $1 million in my company. So my company will get $1 million into the bank account. Liability will also increase. So at last balance sheet is tallied. So when issuing a bond, a company promised to pay what and all? They promise to pay the interest and they promise to pay the face amount. What amount? Face amount, not the initial amount. What amount they are promised to pay? The face amount when it matures. Example, when you purchase the bond, the market value of the bond was $105, but the face value of the bond is $100. After 10 years, the maturity period is done. When they pay back, will they pay back 105 or will they pay back 100? They will pay back only the face value of the bond. You invested 105, doesn't matter. They will pay face value. Sometimes they will come and issue the discount. They will tell, see, 100 rupees the bond face value, you invest 95. Okay. At 5 years is done. No, they'll pay back 100 only. So whatever the face, they will pay that, and they will pay interest to the bond. Whatever the interest rate they told, they will pay back. Okay. Now you see this example. The par value of the bond is 1000. Interest rate is 8%. Issue date is January 1, 2020. See, in equity there will be no maturity date. Only in the bond there will be a maturity date. Maturity date means what? On the date which the bond holders will receive the money, where the bond issuer have to pay back the money. So which is maturity date. Interest paid might be semi-annually, like this. Clear? Might be semi-annual, annual, quarterly, they'll pay the interest. Okay. Now the cash flow of the bond. One, if we sell the bond, we'll get the money. Next, interest payment. Yearly we have to pay the interest. How to calculate the interest? Not on the market price. The interest is calculated on face value multiplied by interest rate stated on the bond. Face value multiplied by interest rate stated on the bond. Payment of the face amount at the maturity. What they will do? Payment of the face amount. See, these are the cash flow. Here the cash comes in. Here the cash goes out to the company. For investor, opposite. Suppose if you are investing in a bond, first what you will do? You will put the cash. Then yearly you will get the cash, and at the maturity you will get your lump sum money also. Okay, these are the cash flow of the bond. Now this is a catch. Selling price of the bond. This is a practical in this bond sales price. The selling price of the bond. See here. What is the selling price of the bond? It is equal to the present value of the interest and the face value of the payment discounted the market rate of interest. Sorted. We calculated the we just calculated how to convert future cash flow into present value. We just did it, right? So this says the same one. What does it says? The sales price of the bond, the market price of the bond. Today the market price of the bond is equal to what? It is equal to the interest payment whatever they are paying plus the face value of the payment converted to today's value, discounted to market rate of interest. But what rate they will use? They will use market rate. Now the bond they can sell at a premium or a discount or at a par. Three cases. My face value of the bond is 100. Okay. Par means same. I'm issuing at $100. Premium means more than 100. Okay. Discount means lesser than 100. Lesser than the face value. Okay. Now when will be at the premium, when will be at the par, when will be at the discount, we'll check. Now tell me when will be they will issue the bond at the discount. Now the company is telling, see, I'm going to issue the bond. One bond face value is $1,000. One bond, if you want to buy one bond, you have to pay me how much? $1,000. And I will pay you 6% interest. How much I told I'll pay? 6%. But their company is telling, see, don't pay $1,000. Pay $950 of the face value, enough. But at the end of the 5 years, the bond maturity is at the end of the 5 years, I will pay back how much? 1,000. Yeah, because we have to pay back the face amount, not the issue amount. Why the company is doing like this? Is the company mad because they don't want $50? Why they do this? What could be the reason? Why they are giving discount?
Their coupon rate was less.
Yes. Now, as an investor, you have option. In the market, everyone is giving on the bond 8%. Everyone is giving 8. So market standard rate is how much? 8. But I'm giving for 6. Will anyone will come and invest in me? No. Because everyone is giving 8, I'm giving 6. So what I have to do in this situation? I have to discount the price. I have to discount the price. Then they will attract and they will come and invest in my company. Opposite is a premium. Suppose in the market everyone is giving 8, but I am giving 10% interest rate. So my bonds demand will increase. So what I can do? I can increase the selling price of the bond. And when the market rate and my rate is same, it will be issued at the par. If the selling price of the bond is less than the face value, it is called as discount. If the selling price of the bond is more than the face value, it is premium. Okay, no problem. We'll understand this with an example. We'll take one standard example. The bond face value is 1,000. Okay, face value 1,000. Now on this market rate is 8%. What is the market rate? 8%. Now we'll go with 3 situations. When my company rate is 6%, 8%, 10%. When my company is at 6%, 8%, and 10%. Okay. Now what I told, how much I will give yearly? Yearly how much I will give? 6% I told I'll give. So now market value, whatever it is, whenever you calculate the interest is calculated on what? Face value. Interest is the market price, if they give 1,000, 2,000, 1,500, 1,100, 10, don't worry. The interest is calculated on face value. Whatever amount you invested, based on that, the company will not pay the interest. The company will pay the interest on the face value. Now how much will the company pay here? 1,000 into 6%. How much? 60. Assume that this is for 5 years. Okay. Next year how much they'll pay? 60, 60, 60. And at last they told, I'll give back your money also. So how much they will give? 1,060. Clear? Okay. Now we'll come to here. If they are giving how much? 8%. 80, 80, 80, 80, 1,000, 80. Next year 10%, 100, 100, 100, 100, 1,000, 100. Now the next step is, this is the interest rate we calculated. Now next step is to calculate discounted cash flow. What we have to calculate? Discount. This is one I'll write in this side. Okay. Okay, we'll do this. Now you know how to do the discounting. So while doing discounting, you should take what interest rate? Market rate. By using the market rate, you discount this. By using the market rate, we'll discount this. Fine. We'll start doing discounting. Do this for the, you know, to do the annuity, right? Do the annuity or do whatever, like get me the sum of this. What will be the sum of this? That is a present value of future payments, right? What is the present value of future payment now? We'll do for 60. 1 divided by 1.08. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 80. So it is 319 plus 1 divided by 1 point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 multiplied by 1000. 680. 680 plus 319. Sorry. How much you got for this? Yeah, how much? 900 and 999. 999. Why?
999.999.
No. Like, convert this into the present value. By using what rate you have converted? What is the discount rate you have to take? No, yeah, what is the discount rate you took? You took 1 divided by 1 point. Why 6? We have to take market. Use the market rate and discount this. Okay. 920. Next, what about this? This second one, 8%. 1 divided by 1.08. Yeah, we'll get the exact amount. $680.58 something it will come. I'll make this as 680 and this as 320. So it is, we make this as 920. Okay. Next, at last this one. 10 80. You see this different present value? We know how to calculate the present value, right? Because we started with this, section B started with this. You see, when the interest rate is lesser than the market rate, when the interest rate is lesser than the market rate, you should sell at this price. This is lesser than the face value. We call this as discount. And interest rate is equal to market rate. So we are selling this for 1000, which is equal to your face value. This is called as par. Now this, you're selling for how much? $1,000 bond, you're selling for 1080. So which is more than the face value, which is at premium. Clear with this? So whenever the interest rate is more than the market rate, premium. Whenever the interest rate is lesser than the market rate, discount. Clear with this? That's it. So this will be the selling price of the bond. This is how you should calculate what? Selling price of the bond. Okay. Or the market value of the bond is calculated like this. As this is important because we are learning the pieces now to calculate the ultimate sum called as WACC. Either your question might be asking for WACC, they might be asking for the selling price of the bond. Separate also they might ask question. Collectively also they might ask question. For everything we should be ready. So we'll learn step by step. So we're done with what? Selling price of the bond. Now the relationship among inflation, interest rate and price of the financial instrument we'll see. Interest and inflation. This is an inverse relationship between market rate and inflation. Which is having inverse relationship? Inflation and interest rate. When money is cheap to borrow, companies take out massive loan to build the factories and consumer take cheap mortgage to buy house. Everyone has money, demand for skyrocket, then there will be inflation. Whenever the interest rate is low, what everyone will do? Everyone will buy everything on the EMI. The companies will take the loan. So now everyone will be having the cash. When everyone is having a cash, what it does? It's an inflation. So whenever the interest rate is low, rate will cause inflation, and the high rate will kill the inflation. Why? When the high rate is there, no one will borrow. So when no one is borrowing, no one will be having the money. So it causes, it kills the inflation. Who controls everything? This controlled by the central bank in a country. Okay. Next, interest rate and market price of financial instrument. There is also an inverse relationship between interest rate and market price of the financial instrument. We'll see how it has an inverse relationship. Why bond price drop when interest rate rise? See, in the market, the interest price increased. What increased? In the market, interest rate is increased. Then what happened to the bond? The bond value will decrease. Why? Now you issued a bond for 6%. At that time, the market rate was also 6%. Everyone accepted, everyone bought. Now in the market, interest rate increased to 8%. Now you are holding one bond. You invested for 6%. You will get 60. Your friend freshly invested in the new bond. He will get 80. So will anyone ready to buy your bond now? No. So because of that, what happened to your bond value? Bond value will go down. Why? Because in the market, interest rate increase, the existing bond value will decrease. Agreed? Next, even stock price. Why stock price drop when the interest rate is rising? Suppose interest rate increase, bond I told. Same way the stock price. Two reasons. First, company now have to pay more interest on the corporate loan, which destroy their profit. Suppose if the interest rate is increasing, what they will pay? They have to pay more interest. The profit will decrease. When the profit decrease, yeah, obviously the market price is affected. Second, investor look at the new 8% and think, why I should invest in the stock? Let me invest in the bond only, because bond is giving more return, right? Compared to the risk, less riskier bond is. So everyone will take the money from the stock market and invest in bond. Whenever the interest rate is low, will you take a loan or you will not take a loan? When you take a loan, what you will have? You will have more money. When the more money is there, what is called it as? It's called as an inflation. When everyone is having a money, that is called as an inflation. So whenever there is an overspend, suppose interest rate was 4% on the car loan, you will buy the car. Okay, you spend money, you will buy the car. What if the interest rate is 8%? You will not buy the car. So what happened? The consumption will go down. When the consumption is going down, means the money you're spending is reducing. So that kills the inflation. So inflation, what is inflation means? Whenever there is a lot of money in the circulation, is called as inflation. Why it causes? Because the money value will go down. Correct. We know that, we would have experienced it, right? So the value of 10 rupees earlier, now you are not having that same value for the 10 rupees, right? Because we would be purchasing like a dairy milk. You take it as a dairy milk only. For 5 rupees or 10 rupees, you are getting a dairy milk, a complete dairy milk. Now you can get a 1 piece or 2 piece you will be getting because of the inflation. Okay. Now next, impact of income tax on financing decision. Yes, because interest paid on the taxes, interest paid on debt is tax deductible, because whenever you pay the interest, it will reduce your tax. So whenever this tax will influence your financing decision, whether to take the bond financing is required or not, because however it will be benefitable for you, right? So we'll check what amount is the benefit. So we should, whenever you are speaking about the cost of debt, you should consider what? Tax. Now we saw the denominator part, selling price of the bond, because cost of capital formula is what? Numerator is what? The cost divided by market value. We calculated the market value by seeing a different rate. We took the example and we saw. Now we'll put all things to the cost of capital. Cost of debt to the issuer is what? Interest is a debt. Sorry, interest is a cost in the debt, which is adjusted for tax is a cost. Whatever interest you pay, you have to adjust with the tax. That's it. Now, accounting and financing cost of debt. See, in the cost of debt, there is two perspectives. One is accounting perspective and finance perspective. Don't bring the accounting perspective here while taking the decision. You should bring what? Financing perspective. When it comes to financing perspective, you should take everything as what value? Market value. That's it. Because in the accounting perspective, it is different. It is job of an accountant who will sit and write, oh, this is what I am paying. But in the market, they will speak only about the market. What is the market rate? What is the market value of the bond? Okay. We'll see this with an example. Say Omega Corporation is calculating a WACC of a new project. The company tax rate is how much? 30%. We all know that tax is required while calculating the bond cost. Omega issued what? 50 million worth of bond. What they have issued? 50 million worth of bond at a stated interest rate of 5%. How much? They told I will give how much? 5%. Today, because the central bank have raised the interest rate, the current market price of the bond has dropped to 42 million. What is the market value of the bond? 42 million. Why the market value is decreased? Bond market value is decreased. Why? Because in the country, central bank have increased the interest rate. We just saw whenever the interest rate increase, what will decrease? The existing bond value will decrease. So what is the bond value right now? 42 million. If Omega were to issue a new debt today, suppose if I'm going and issuing a new debt today, the investor will demand how much? 8% for this bond. Now first we'll see the accounting perspective. As per the accounting perspective, how much you will pay them an interest? The interest is paid on what? Market value or book value? Interest is paid on the book, the face value. Not on the interest is paid on the face value. So 50 million you take, then what you will do? First we'll calculate the debt. 5% you told I will pay. Then we'll adjust for tax. Then how much it is a net cost for us? 3.5%. So the after tax cost of debt will be how much? 3.5%. We'll pay 5%, but 30% of that will get a tax benefit. So remaining 3.5% is a after tax cost of debt. On which perspective? Accounting perspective, but we shouldn't take this. This is just for understanding I have given. Okay. But we should be taking what? Finance perspective. This is what we actually do in the section B. In the finance perspective, what is the current market value of the bond? Like market value of the bond. Market value of the bond, 42 million. That is a market rate. So currently if I'm going and I want to buy back, see, I gave a loan to you for 50 million. Now the market value is how much today? 42 million. Now I'll take a cash. I told to the bond holders, give back your bond. I'll pay your money. Okay. Now how much I have to pay them? But face value is 50. How much I'll pay them? Exactly, I'll pay only 42 because the maturity date is not came. I'm not coming as a company. As an investor also, if I come, what I'll do? I can pay you how much? 42 million and set off the bond. So I paid $8 million in discount. This is a financial perspective. This is how we take the decision. This is how the decision maker will take. They will not check what I will pay after 5 years or 10 years. Suppose if I go and pay today, because today's cost I'm calculating. How much I will pay you? 42 million.
But
That
the price value of bond is 50.
50. That I'm not changing.
At the maturity, if I'm paying 50.
50 only you have to pay. That is a different case. At the maturity, I'll pay only 50. But today I'm calculating the cost of debt. If I want to pay today and collect the money, how much I'll pay them? 42. I'll collect the bond 42 million. But I'm not doing that. See the financial perspective. I have money, but I'm using this money to invest in some factory. I'm using this money to invest in some factory. So that factory should make a return more than that cost of debt. Why? Suppose if it is not making more than that, clear the debt. At least you will save money. Now you are not clearing. See, this is an opportunity cost perspective. As a finance decision maker, you are checking. Now I have a 42 million. I have two options. Either clear the debt by paying 42, or I have to pay 50 in future, or use that 40 to put in factory and build and save, produce some product. Now you will calculate the cost of debt is calculated on what? Market value. Now the cost of debt is coming around how much? 5.6 percentage. After calculating, the cost is coming around how much? 5.6. But you are spending how much now? For 42 million, you are spending how much? 5.6 percentage. Now you take this 42 million, put in some factory. If that is earning more than 5.6, don't clear. Invest in the factory. But that factory is earning lesser than 5.6. Don't put the money in the factory. Settle the debt. That perspective we have to think, and we are taking the market value. That is the reason I'm telling, don't take the book value. Think as a finance person. This is in the section B. We are not a person who's doing accounting job. If it is an accounting job, this is the case. Take 5% interest minus tax. That is the case. But as a financial perspective, we should think everything as a presently. Suppose presently, if I have to pay how much? 42. So that is the reason what you will take. 42 million you have to take. Understood the reason? Okay.
Sir, if suppose like it is not ending above 5.6, if the bondholder allows for now for pay.
In the market it is available, right? That is a case is different. Allowing us and allowing us, it's fine. But whenever we calculate as this, assuming that the bondholder will pay back. See, why the bondholder will not pay back? Because in the market it is 42 million. Okay. Even if we wait for the next 5 years or something, we'll pay him the face value. But he's missing what? Currently he's missing the good return which is providing in the market. In the market, everyone is giving 8, but this guy is still getting how much? 5. So what, obviously as a person, what he will do? As an investor perspective, you want 8% or 5%? 8%. So what you will do? You get rid of this bond. Let me put this money and earn 8%. It's all, it's not like happening. We are calculating on a perspective way. Yes, if we take our money and go back and buy, we can clear it off in 4.42 million. So as per that, what is my cost? 5.6%. So if I'm taking this money and investing somewhere, I'm getting more than 5.6, I'll invest. If I'm not getting, I can clear off this. That is a perspective we see as a decision maker. Or what you can do, like if you don't want to clear off, if you want to take a new loan, you will get a loan for how much now? The 50 million bond you can get for 42 million. If I'm issuing a new loan, it affects the current bond market also. The current bond market will also get affected. So we can issue the new loan for 42 million, but we have to pay back how much? 8%, because in the market currently it says 8%. So this two example I have given for your understanding. Every time take the market value, don't take the book value. Now in this, what is the actual price of the bond now? 42. And what is the interest rate we have to take? Whenever you take a market value, you take what? Market rate. What is the market rate? 8%. 1 minus tax rate. So 5.6 is what? After tax cost of debt. And these are the other names. What are the other names? Coupon, historical stated book value, and a WACC. And always hunt for market value or yield to maturity. Yeah, this is another name which is called as yield to maturity or current market rate. They might give a different name. Understand these names. Okay. Now we'll calculate the cost of debt. Cost of debt formula is this. Cost of debt before tax multiplied by 1 minus tax rate is equal to the after tax cost of debt. If the tax rate increase while the interest rate remain the same, what happened? Interest rate is same, tax increased. The cost of debt will increase or decrease? Decrease, because you save more tax. Because government is charging more tax. Because of this expense, we are saving more tax. So the cost of debt is going down. The opposite is also true. A decrease in tax rate will increase the cost of debt. Okay. This is the example I've discussed. See here, the bond were issued at 917 for each. The par value is 1000. Effective annual interest rate is 7.4%. The market lot towns bond currently is traded at 101.75, which means $1,017.50. Tax is 20. The current market rate you have to take. What is the current market rate? And risk characteristic is 5.5%. Market rate is 5.5%. Now in the accounting perspective, you take what? 7.4%. Okay. But in the cost of capital, in the finance perspective, you take what? 5.5% and calculate the cost of debt. Clear with this? So don't take that 7.5, take what? 5.5 as the cost of capital. In accounting perspective, so effective annual interest rate into 1 minus tax rate. In capital perspective, current market rate into 1 minus tax rate. So always hunt for current market rate. Okay. So now we'll see the term structure. Now we cleared with what? Both numerator, denominator rate is sorted. Now you know how to calculate the cost of debt. So cost of capital, one part is what? Cost of debt is done. Now we'll see the term structure and interest rate. There is a bond which is getting matured in 2 years and there is a bond which is getting matured in 5 years. Which is more riskier? Huh? Like there is a bond which is getting matured in 2 years and there is a bond which is getting matured in 5 years. Which is more riskier? Like investor's perspective. 5 years bond. Why? Because anything can happen in the 5-year time period. In the risk management we learned, right? The time, more the risk. Lesser the time, chances are a bit less that things might go wrong. So in that case, whenever the time is more, the risk is more. When the risk is more, what should be more? Return should be also more. Okay. So this describes the relationship between interest rate and the maturity of the bond. Okay. Usually shorter bond have a lower yield because investor have less risk with the short term bond. Why? You can get your money back in short time period. There your money is stuck for the long time. In the long time period, interest rate can change. It might be positive, it might be negative, more risk you are taking. So when the rate and the term for each security terms are graphed, now we'll put this in the graph that is called as yield curve. What we'll put in the graph? The rate and the time we'll put in the graph that is called as yield curve. Okay. Now when there is a high inflation, suppose we are predicting what? High inflation. When there is a high inflation, what happened to the like this one? Like what happened to the interest rate? See, when we predict the high inflation, what is it? Here in the borrower perspective, you think borrower means a person who is borrowing the money. He will go and try to get the long-term bond. Why he will try to get the long-term bond? Because the interest rate are still cheap. High inflation is when will happen and the interest rate is low. Okay. So whenever there is like a high inflation, they will rush. Who will rush? The borrower will rush. They will take the bond from the, like they will issue the bond. But as a investors, they don't want to invest. The investor refuse to put the money in the long-term bond. They want to put everything in the short-term bond so they can get the cash back quickly and invest in the rate goes up. See, they predict the high inflation in the future. When there will be high inflation? When the interest rate will go up. Agreed. When the interest, so as a borrower, I'm predicting interest rate will go up in the future. Then what I'll do? I will issue the bond now. If I'm issuing in the future, what happened? I have to pay more interest. So now I will issue. But as an investor, you think you are also predicting the inflation. Then what you will do? You know that in future you will get more. then today what you will do? You will not invest in the long-term bond. You will put the short-term bond, you will get the money and you will put in the new bonds. This is so the gap between the short-term and long-term rate widens, creating a very steep upward curve. When there is a inflation is predicting, what happened to the interest rate? Interest rate will increase. Next, we are predicting the recession. Opposite. Recession time means the interest rates are going down. When the interest rates are going down, what about the issuer? The borrower will do. Today I will not issue the bond. I will issue in future. Why? In the future interest rate are low. So I will pay the low interest. But as an investor, what they will do? They will buy the long-term bond today. Because in the future they know the bond value will go down. Clear with this? And there is a transition phase where the economy doesn't flip from a boom to recession overnight. So there will be a flat. Also the market is unsure what is going to happen next. Short-term and long-term balance rate out. So this is the yield curve will be. Whenever we predict the interest rate will go up, this will be upsloping, or interest rate will go down, it will be downsloping, and there might be sometime flat, there might be humped situation also. Clear with this yield curve about the inflation and the recession? See, that is the reason that one page I have described, right? Interest rate and inflation, interest rate and financial securities. That you will understand the yield curve very easily. Okay, the yield curve of different type of bond. See, this US will have a lower rate. Why? Because less risky, and the bond which is graded as BBB, the grade will be there, A, B, C grade. So B grade and A grade. A grade is less riskier than B, so it is giving 3%, and this should give how much? 4%.
Inflation is high, interest rate will be.
Why there will be inflation? Think that. Why there will be inflation? Because of low interest, you will borrow more money. When you borrow more money, you spend more money. So it causes inflation. So that is what I told. Interest and inflation you think as a opposite. Whenever the interest rate is high, inflation will be low. When the interest rate is low, inflation is high. Sorted. Okay. Next, something called as bond duration. When interest rate goes up, existing bond goes down. When the interest rate is increasing, the existing bond value will decrease. And interest rate risk is the danger of losing money on your bond market value. So we saw that systematic and unsystematic risk, right? Interest rate is what? Systematic or unsystematic? Systematic risk. So whenever the interest rate is increasing, the current market value of the bond will go down. Okay. So high duration means extremely sensitive, price will crash if rate rises. Low duration means very stable, price barely move if rate rise. High inflation and low like time period, duration I'm telling. Okay. So what is this duration means? Duration tells you the amount by which the value of the financial security or value of the bond change with the change in market rate. So amount by which value of the financial security or a bond will change by the change in the market value is called as duration. If you want to put in the formula, you can write like this: percentage change in value of bond divided by percentage change in market value is called as duration. Okay, clear with this? Is clear with the bond and bond duration? Okay, done with the bond. Now we'll start with equity. In equity, we have three types of equity. One is common, preferred, and retained earnings. So in the common stock, common shareholders who own the common stock is the owner of the company. We discussed all this. High risk source of financing. Common rights, what and all they will get? They will get the voting rights, dividend suppose if declared, primitive rights. We'll learn what is primitive rights. Right to share the distribution of residual asset if the company is liquidated. Suppose if I'm closing down my company, whatever is left out is belong to equity shareholders. Now the par value of the share. Every share has like a par value. What it is? Every share has the face value. It is called as par value. The par value is the amount determined by the issuing the share. The company will set, not the market. The common stock, a par value is usually very small amount. It will be $1, $10. That's it. The par value of the common stock usually a small amount because it represents company's legal capital. Which one? The par value. Now advantage of common stock is what? See, we discussed the advantages already. That table, it saves everything. What is the advantage of common stock? You no need to pay some fixed amount. You are not liable to pay the fixed amount. You are not liable to pay back the money they have invested, and it has a greater flexibility in financial structure because it's owner's money. The issuance of shares will bring additional money to the company, but there are a lot of disadvantages here. Whenever you take a loan, are you giving the ownership of the company? No, you're just borrowing the money, promising. But whenever you issue the shares, you are also giving up what? Control of the company. That is a disadvantage. And dividend is not tax deductible. Like as an interest, there is what? Tax deductible is there. Here is no tax deductible. Next, the cost of issuing share is high. There is called as something called as floating charges. Whenever I issue the shares, I have to pay what? Floating charges to the bank. We'll take a help of some investment banks, right? The investment bank will ask for the floating charges. And when it comes to preferred stock, is half away is like a bond, half away is like a equity share. So preferred stock is kind of bridge between common and bond. See, there are some similarities in the bond, there are some similarities in the common stock. So bondholders, will they get the voting rights? No. Even these guys will also not get the voting rights. Preferred stock usually pay a constant annual dividend. There they will pay the interest. Here they will pay the annual dividend. Yeah. Preferred, whenever you close the company first, to whom you will pay? Bondholders. Then you will pay preferred stock. So whenever the liquidation is happening, preferred stockholder is preferred than common stockholder whenever we liquidate. They also receive the dividend before the common shareholders. We learned this rule in the section A also. Before paying a common stock, for whom you have to pay the dividend? Preferred stockholders. Until and unless you are not paying to the preferred stockholders, you should not pay common stockholders. Either cumulative or non-cumulative, doesn't matter. Preferred stock issued like a features. They have a features called call, convertibility, maturity, and sinking fund. What are these features means? Callable bond will tell. Callable preferred stock, callable bond is there. What is callable means? We can, before the maturity date, we can call back. And convertible means this bond and a preferred stock can be converted to common stock. We learned that in the section A how it diluted debts from EPS to debts, how to calculate. Then there will be a maturity date for a bond. Sometimes there will be a maturity date for preferred stock. Preferred stock you can convert into 2%, not as a dividend perspective, as a maturity date perspective. Redeemable and irredeemable. Redeemable means you have to pay back the preferred stock. How you will pay for the bondholder? Irredeemable means there is no maturity date, like a common stockholders. Now, how similar to common stock? See, if you are not paying the dividend to the common stock, will it lead to bankruptcy? No. Same way for the preferred stock also. If you're not paying the dividend, no problem. Sinking fund means like you will set up some fund. You will keep some fund before you pay these guys, right? Who this bondholders and this preferred stockholders, you have to pay at last at the maturity date, you have to pay back. You took like a $50 million of bond or a preferred stock. When you're paying, you told I will pay back in 10 years. Now they don't have a sinking fund. I mean, sinking fund means like a saving fund. They will reserve the money to pay the bondholders or preferred stockholders. Like whatever the profit they will get, they will set aside every year they will set aside. So they can set a sinking fund aside for the bondholders and for the preferred stockholders.
Every preferred stock is having maturity date.
Every preferred stock?
will be having maturity date.
No, that is what I told. Redeemable and irredeemable. Only redeemable preferred stock will have the maturity date. Irredeemable preferred stock is considered as a common stock. Until and unless the company is not buybacking their shares, they will be as a common, like as a stockholders only. Preferred stock dividend is also not tax deductible. In the asset distribution, they will get after bondholders. Okay. These are few characteristics of preferred stock. I told that. Callable, which you can call back the money. Like you can issue the bond and you can tell them give back the money. Like in the preferred bondholders also having, preferred stockholders also having. Redeemable, there is a maturity date. Convertible, they can convert into common stock. Participating in common dividend. Participating in common dividend means they will get their dividend. But this is not for everyone. These are some extra characters. If we are promising them, you can also participate in common dividend. Means when we make extraordinary profit, they will get their usual share plus we'll give extra. Next, voting right may exist or may not. It is not mandatory voting rights for whom? Preferred shares. Okay. In the preferred dividend, or usually is a percentage of par value. How the preferred dividend is calculated? Is a percentage of par value. So it is written like this: 5% preferred share, $10,000. So how the dividend is given? 5% of 10,000. Okay. So like same as how the interest is calculated on the bond? On the par value. Same here also. Cumulative dividends are a type of preferred dividend that are earned every year if you are not paid also. We discussed this, cumulative and non-cumulative. What is the difference between cumulative and non-cumulative? Cumulative means either I am declaring or not declaring, doesn't matter. They have earned the dividend. Non-cumulative means the year which I have not declared, they will not get the dividend. Okay. Cumulative dividends in arrears, when it will be there? When does this dividend is a liability? No, it is not a liability. Dividends are not liability. But what you should keep in mind, as I always tell you, before you pay the common stock, you have to pay for the preferred stock their dividend. If it is cumulative means you have to pay back all the dividends in arrear. When cumulative preferred dividend. Okay. Now advantage of preferred stock. What are the advantage? Voting control of the company is not diluted. When you issue the common stock, what you are giving? You are giving the voting rights. You are giving the control of the company. But preferred stock, if you issue, you are not diluting the control. You still have the same control. In most cases, unusually high profit are maintained for the common shareholders. Whenever there is high profit, who owns this? Common shareholders own this, not the preferred shareholders. Capital raise in the preferred share offering does not need to be repaid. Sometimes whatever irredeemable preferred share, no need to repay them. Okay. But disadvantage is what? Again, same disadvantage is there for common stock, right? Like dividends are not tax deductible. Cost of preferred stock usually higher than the bond. Correct. In case of the cumulative dividend, there is still need to pay the dividend in period which they have not paid or no profit. Cumulative means they have earned it. You have to pay it. But it is not a liability. That's it. Cumulative is also not a liability. You should not write in the balance sheet dividend payable. No, don't write. Dividend payable is not a liability for whom? Like a cumulative dividend, it's not a dividend payable because we have not declared it but they have earned it.
How it is? Yes.
No, it's not written in the balance sheet at all. It is not reported as a liability because there is a condition, right? That condition should be met. What is the condition? Before paying a common stock, you should pay preferred stockholders. Clear with this? Okay. Dividends and dividend paying policy. The company might have a different dividend paying policy. See, the company made a $100,000 of profit. Sometimes they pay dividend, sometimes they will not pay dividend. But usually if a company started to pay the dividend, right, they will keep on paying the dividend. Why? Because investor will, it creates a bad image in the market. then they will get panic. Oh, this company was paying a dividend yearly. Why right now they are not paying? Might be they are something, they might be not having the cash. So this negative message will go to the market. So the company which started paying the dividend, right, they usually try to pay the dividend yearly. Some companies will not pay the dividend at all. The company which is in the growing phase, right, they will not pay the dividend. Whatever the profit they earn, what they will do? They will retain and they reinvest in the company only. So there is a residual dividend policy. What it is? There's something called as residual dividend policy. What is residual dividend policy means? Whatever the profit I make, first preference is what? To invest in the company. And after investing, anything left out will only I'll pay the dividend. Clear with the residual dividend policy? Okay. Now, sometimes some companies choose not to pay the dividend. What is the reason for not paying the dividend? If the company is in the rapid growth, they might not distribute the profit, but rather reinvest. If the company expecting a future downturn in business, they may prefer to keep the cash. Two reasons they are not paying the dividend. One, when I'm in the growth phase, what I want? First of all, I want money to grow. I'll not pay the dividend. Second, if I'm expecting my company will be going to losses or a company will have a lesser cash flow in future, means I will use that money and keep it with myself. Okay. Next, there are types of dividend. One is what? Cash dividend. Pay the dividend in cash. Stock dividend. We discussed in part 1, or we discussed in where? In section A also we discussed this. Stock dividend. Stock dividend means what? The number of share will go up, but the stock price per share will go down by the exact same number. But your total wealth of the company will be exactly same. I showed that. What is a stock dividend means? The company is giving the stock of the own company, not other company stock. My own company stock I'm freely issuing. Example, I am issuing 5% stock dividend. That means the company will distribute 1 share for every 20 share you are holding. Now company is having 1 lakh share. How many 5% I issued a stock dividend? Now how many shares will be outstanding? 1,05,000 shares. So each 20 shares, suppose if you had a 40 share, you will get 2 shares. If you have 100 shares, you will get 5 shares extra freely. That is also called as stock dividend. Liquidating dividend means usually the dividends are paid from where? From the retained earnings, from the profits. Profit retained both are same. Liquidating dividend means they don't have the retained earnings, still they are paying the dividends. Example, if the company declared $20,000 a dividend, 8,000 is in the retained earnings. How much is there? 8. So first what they'll do, they will clear all this 8,000 from the retained earnings. They will bring this 12,000 from the additional paid in capital. From where? From the reserve fund. In the equity side, what and all will be there? I'll show you what and all will be there in the equity side. 1. Common share, par value. Next, additional paid in capital. Next, retained earnings. Then preferred share. And if you want, you have this will also be there. No need to discuss about the AOCI. Only we discussed in section A, in the international finance, we discussed this AOCI. Where? When there is a gain in translation, you will report in AOCI. And when there is a gain in remeasurement, you will report in continuing income in the income statement. That's it. Suppose if my par value of the share is $1, I'm issuing this share for $10. The 1 will sit where? Common share. This 9 will sit in the additional paid in capital. This is how it is written. Now the company is issuing what? Dividend, but they don't have the profit. 8,000 is there from the retained earnings they gave. Remaining 12,000 they are taking from the owner's fund, which is called as liquidating dividend. Next, at last, is a property dividend. Property dividend, they are paying the dividend not in cash, not in stock. They are paying the dividend in property. Example, they might pay a dividend in land. They take a land. They told, okay, each shareholder will get each share. Assume that the company is having 5 shareholders equally. So each will take 20% of the land. or the company is issuing the stock, not their company stock, some other company stock they are giving. Example, my company is invested in Tata Motors. I'm having like 1,000 shares. Okay, I told my shareholders, see, you'll all get the Tata Motors shares freely. Freely in the sense like it's a dividend. So now I'm paying what I'm paying? I'm paying property dividend. Investment is a property, right? So we are paying the property dividend. So first, how the accounting method you will do? First, you will you will take that investment, then you will make it as a dividend payable, where the amount whichever I want to pay, that I'll make it as a dividend payable and decrease from the retained earnings. Then I'll make the payment. That's it. Okay. This is one more thing, which is a dividend payment process. What are the payment process? We'll see. There is a date. 4 dates are there in the dividend. First date is called as declaration date. This date, the board of directors will tell you will all get the dividend. You will all get the dividend. Then we'll create the liability. What it is created? Dividend payable is created. From where we will minus this? From retained earnings we'll minus and we'll put a dividend liability, dividend payable. Next date is called as ex dividend date. So ex dividend date is a date without, this is the first day the stock trade without the right to receive the dividend. What is this date? Ex dividend date means what? This is a date where the stock is traded without the right of the dividend. 1 year I was the owner of the stock. I had a stock. Before the ex dividend date, I'm not telling after or on the ex dividend date, before the ex dividend date, I sold to someone. I sold this share. Now who is the owner of the share? Person who buys the stock from me. Correct. This the people. Assume person A had a stock. He had 100 shares of company Q. Okay, he had 100 shares of company Q. Who had A. Before the ex dividend date, this guy have sold the shares to B. Okay, he was holding for the entire year, but we sold before the ex dividend date. We sold to whom? B. Who will receive the dividend? Will A will receive the dividend or B will receive the dividend? B. But he was the owner of for the entire year. Who will receive? B. Why? Because A holder for the entire year. Doesn't matter. B is the owner before the ex dividend date. Who was the last owner? B was the last owner on the on the ex dividend date. Who was the owner on or before the ex dividend date? Who was the owner? B was the owner. So B will receive the dividend. Now assume that A sold the share to B after the ex dividend date. After the ex dividend date, they paid after 6 months. Who will get the dividend? A will get the dividend. So the matter is not the payment date. The matter is ex dividend date. On the ex dividend date, on the date that stock is traded without the right to receive the dividend. So if you buy the stock the day before this date, you will get the dividend. To get the dividend, when you have to buy the stock? The day before the date. If you are selling the stock on ex dividend date, still you will receive the dividend. But if you sold the stock before 1 day, you will not receive the dividend. If you want to get the dividend, buy one day before. If you want to get the dividend, you should not sell that stock. You can sell the stock on or after the ex dividend date. So the name itself is there, right? Ex dividend, without dividend. So if you buy the stock on or after this date, you do not get the dividend. The person who sold it will get. 2 dates is clear. Guys, this date Mamla will come in the right of share also. Same concept. Primitive rights. 3.
If the date is 25, and on 24, if a person is holding the share, he will be receiving the dividend or not?
Yes, he will be receiving the dividend. The person who is having the share on 24, they will receive the dividend.
If he is selling by 24, then
On 24th, who was the owner? He will receive the dividend. Okay. Now we will come to the date of record. Usually a day or 2 days after the ex-dividend date is called as date of record. Usually a day or after 2 days. On this day, the company freezes its shareholder list and see who exactly owned the stock on the specific date. You told the 25th, right? The company will sit on 27th. Assume that, okay, 27th or 26th. 25th was the ex-dividend date. So 2 days before, who was the owner? On 24th, they will see that. They will get what? Dividend. So they will freeze the list. These guys will get dividend no matter who is having the share. Payment date is a date, they pay the dividend. Now what happened? The liability they created, right? That will go down. From the liability side, what is going down? Dividend payable. And from the asset side, what is going down? Cash. Whenever they pay dividend, they have to pay in cash. So asset reduce, liability reduce, balance sheet tally. So what are the 4 dates we have? Declaration date, ex-dividend, record date, payment date. Okay, the most important date is ex-dividend date, because on that date, the person, like if a person is selling or buying the stock on or after the date, they will not get the dividend. I mean, who was the owner before that, he will get the dividend. We'll see this with example. Suppose Mega Corporation announced a $1 dividend on its $50 stock. May 1st is a declaration date. When they have declared this? May 1st. On May 14th is the ex-dividend date. The stock exchanges automatically drops to 49. Why it dropped to 49? Because in this $50, what is there? $1 of dividend rights is there in that stock. Okay. If Bob sells his share to Allies on this exact date, when he is selling? On ex-dividend date he sold. Then Allies will pay how much? 49. Allies will tell, see, I am not getting the dividend, I will pay only 49. But she buys the stock without the right to the dividend. Who buys the stock? Allies will not get the dividend. Why Allies will not get the dividend? Because she bought on the ex-dividend date. So when Mega Corporation freezes in May 15th, Bob is still listed as the owner who received the dividend. Allies trade has not fully settled it. Allies will not receive. Who will receive it? Bob will receive it. And on May 30th, they paid this. To whom they will pay? They pay to the Bob only, not to the Allies. Why? Allies have purchased the stock on ex-dividend date. Clear? Okay. Next we have stock split and treasury stock. Stock split is similar to stock dividend only, but here we are not. Stock dividend is the issuance of new shares without any additional cash. But stock split is nothing like that. Stock split means what? We are increasing the number of shares. Suppose if there is a stock split, what happened to your EPS? EPS will decrease, correct? And treasury stock means whatever the share we would have already sold, we are buying back. We discussed this stock split in the section A. So treasury stock means here when they buy back the share is going down, so the EPS will increase. Clear? Next again, this is another topic which says about stock right, options, warrants and ADRs. Stock rights means whenever the company is issuing new shares, the existing shareholder is there, right? They will get the right. Right to what? Right to purchase the new share lesser than the market value. Lesser than the market value. Example. The company is having 1 lakh shareholders. How many shares currently? Existing, how many shareholders they have? 1 lakh share. Now company plan to issue new 20,000 shares. What they are planning to issue? New 20,000 shares. So they called all the shareholders and telling, see, you guys can buy this share for $15, but in the market it is $18. If I issue in the market, the share price is how much? 18. But as you are existing shareholders, to not lose the control of the company, if new shareholders and all coming, new owners will come, again the decision making problem and all will come. Because of that, they call the existing shareholder and tell, see, I'll give the stock to you only. If you want to buy, you can buy. For how much? For $15. But if it is coming to market in that time, how much you have to pay? $18. So now tell me, each shareholders how much they will get. Suppose you hold 100 shares. I hold 1000 shares. Both will have the same rate or different rate. You are having 100 shares existing. I'm having 1000 shares. Now in this 20,000, how many shares you can buy? How many shares I can buy? Will the rights will be same? Rights will be not same. 100 shareholder will receive the right according to his existing share. 1000 shareholder will receive the right according to my shares. Now we'll call it as a right. One share is equal to one right. Now there is a question called as how many rights are required to buy one new share? What it is? How many rights are required to buy one new share? Clear with this question? How many rights are required to buy one new share? So we'll see this. How many share we having currently? 1 lakh. How many share we are issuing? 20,000. So 1 lakh divided by 20,000 is how much? Existing divided by new. Keep this in mind. Existing divided by new. 5 rights. So you require how many rights? 5 rights to buy one new share. Assume if you are having 100 shares. You are currently having how many shares? 100 divided by 5. So you can buy how many shares? 20 new shares. I'm having 1000 shares divided by 5. So I can buy how many shares? 200 shares. So I have a power to buy 200 shares and you have a power to buy 20 shares. Clear with this? This is how you would calculate. This is called as rights.
Which you have written 100 divided by 20,000. 100 is outstanding shares.
Current existing shares. 20,000 is a new share. I told right, existing divided by new. If you calculate that, you will get what? Rights. How many rights required to buy one share? If you are having 100 shares means you are having 100 rights. But does 100 rights is equal to 100 share can you purchase? No. You want 5 rights to buy one share. So if you are having 10,000 shares, how many shares you can buy? 2,000 shares you can buy. Simple as that. Clear with this? Because once you understand that only you can go to the value the right stock. Okay. So stock right is simply the ownership, the right to buy a new share of the stock. Right to buy additional share often created or issued when the common share of a company is newly issued. When it is created, when the company is issuing newly. The most common of this is called as primitive rights. Primitive rights may be granted to the shareholders under the company corporate charter or may be required by the state statute. The incorporation will be there, right? Articles of incorporation. The company when they start, then only it will be clearly mentioned. Okay. What a right holder can do? Now you have the rights. You have the rights to buy. 3 things you have an option. Either use that right. Either you can use it. You can buy yourself. Or either do nothing. Leave it. There will be some certain expiry date. Before that you have to use it. So let it expire. You are not using it. But there is another option is called as sell the rights. You are not selling the stock. You are selling the rights. Now suppose Shiva is having the right. What is he is not planning to buy the share. He don't want to buy the new share. But what he want to do is he has some power, right? Power means the rights he has. That power he will sell to someone. Not the share. You are selling only the power. For that he has to Shiva will not give freely. He is from Coimbatore. So he will charge something. He will not give. So what he will ask? See, I'll give the rights for you, but I want some money. But Pawan is from Andhra. He will tell, I will give you a correct price. Not more than that, but not lesser than that. So they will sit and calculate what? A value of the right. Now they will calculate what? Value of the right. So I will tell this much I want for each rights. Pawan will say, okay, I'll agree. So then they will sit and calculate the value of the right. Now the value of the right they can calculate when there is a rights on. What is this rights on means? Rights on means the stock price. Now this stock is having the power. A stock with power and stock without power. A stock with right or stock without right. Which will have more share price? Stock with right, because a stock with power will have more share. Sorry, share price will be more. So when it says the value of rights on stock right means the share price is having what? The share price is having with rights. So in that time we can calculate the value of the rights is equal to this. So the value of the right is equal to P0 minus P1 R plus 1. What is that? R means rights required to buy and share. Now P0 means the market price of the share with rights. PN means the subscription price of the share. Subscription price means, I told right, the price to purchase the share, that one. R means number of rights required to purchase a new share. This is a value of the right. This is a value of the right. Example, we'll see with this one example. Market price of the share is $25. What is the market price? 25. This is with right, okay? Now this is the share price of the currently the share price of the market. The share price is $25, and this share is having what? The share is also having the rights, the power to buy the new share. Subscription price, which means whatever the new share they are issuing, right, that they can purchase at the discount. That is the power we are giving at $20. For how much we are issuing? For $20. And company existing shares, 2 lakh shares they are having, and they are issuing 40,000 new shares. How many shares? 40,000 new shares. Now calculate value of the right. So how to calculate the value of the right? Value of the right is equal to P0. P0 means share price with the rights. This formula you can use only when the share price is having the rights, which is also called as rights on. So how much it is? 25. Subscription price is how much? 20. Next one is standard. R is what? What is R? Number of rights required to purchase one share. How to calculate that? We know how to calculate that. Existing divided by new. So how much it is? 4 5s are 20. Yeah, 5. Now sort it out. 5 divided by 6. How much it is? 0.8. Clear with this? So 0.83 is what? 0.83 is the value of the right. Now the stock price with the right is how much? 25. You minus the rights. 24.17. This is stock price without the right. Got it? 25 is having the rights, right? Take the rights. You will get what? Stock price without the rights. Clear as that? That's it. Now we'll see with this example also. Okay. Company is having 5 million shares, and they wishes to raise $100 million. They want how much? $100 million. The stock sells today for $50. The stock is selling for $50, and Medina plans to sell this new share for $40 per share to right holders. They are planning to share for how much? $40. For whom? For the right holders, not for everyone, because in the market it is 50. Medina will be selling 2,500,000 shares. How many shares? 2 million. Because to get 100 million, each share is issued for $40. How much they will get? How much they have to issue? 2,500,000 shares they have to issue. Okay. Now we have two things. First, find what? Whenever you get the formula, first find what? R. How to find the R? Existing minus new. What is the existing share? 5 million. What is the new share? 2.5 million. I mean 2,500,000 means 2.5 million. Then how much it is? 2. You got the right. So if you want to convert that in the statement, how to convert? to buy one share, to buy one new share, how many rights you want? 2 rights. I mean, which means 2 shares you want now to buy the one new share. Got it. Now we'll put everything P0 minus P1. What was the P0? 50. P1 40. 2 plus 1. So you will get 3.333. So the theoretical value of the right is 3.333. Suppose now if Shiva want to sell one right to Pawan, he will charge how much? $3.33. Okay. So he's not selling the stock. Now the stock price 50 is with right. Now after selling, what will be the stock price? 67. Okay, this will be the stock price without the rates. Clear?
So if a person is going to market straight away buying, he can be benefited with 6.67 if he is buying with this rate.
6.67.
67.
You're telling okay the $10, but you should understand that like he need 2 rights to buy the one share. So you have to pay how much? If he paying 3.33, he can't buy. He have to pay 2 times, which means $6.33 he have to pay to get one extra right. Sorry, 2 rights. With the 2 rights, he can buy one extra stock. Clear? Now, valuing the stock with the X right. X right means rights on we saw. X right means the market value of the stock price is there, right? That doesn't have the value of the right. I mean 46.47. If the questioner is giving 50, you use that formula. If the questioner is giving 4.37, you use this formula. Now market value of the stock, X right you have to take. What you have to take? With the X right you have to take. Minus subscription price was how much? 40. Number of right required to buy the new share is how much? 2. Don't keep that 1, just 2. So 46.67 minus 40 divided by 2 is what? Now the value of the right is, you will get the same. Either you calculate this way or that way, value will not change. So just keep the formula in mind. Instead of putting P0, put what? Market price of the stock with X right minus subscription price divided by right to purchase one new stock. Okay, clear with this? Now we'll go to stock options and warrants. Stock options is similar to stock right, which holder to buy a stock during the future period at the strike price. This is given to the employees, the key employees. They will give ESOPs. Employee stock option is given. You can buy our stock for the subscription price. And warrants and employee stock option differ from stock right since they may be given to the investor who are not shareholders. This is given to see, rights is given to whom? Shareholders, but this is given to bondholders or employees. Okay, warrants is given to bondholders. Options is given to employee. Employee stock options are given in the form of compensation. Warrant may be attached to debt instrument. We told there is a bond, right? When we told the bond, what they will do, they will issue the warrants with the bond. Suppose you are my bond holder, I will give warrant. Warrant is like a coupon code, which means by using this coupon code you can buy my shares very less. Suppose if you are my bond holder, why we are doing this is to attract the bondholders. I'm issuing the bond, but no one is coming and buying my bond. So what I'll do, I'll issue the warrants. So I'm telling, see, you can buy my bonds. I'll give some discount when you buy my stock. So win-win situation. He sold his stock also, he sold his bond also. But he has to sacrifice something. What it is? That's a warrant. So there are 3 types of warrant. One is detachable, non-detachable, standalone. Detachable means, now for a bondholder, what we are giving the power? For them also we are giving the power, called as this rights. Detachable means they can like detach this power and sell it separately. Like the right, how they have sold, like that they can sell. Non-detachable, no. If you want to sell the rights, if you want to sell the warrant, you have to sell the bond also. Standalone warrant means this issued just like that. The company just issue the warrant entirely by themselves. There is no bond attached. The company usually sell this directly to the large investment bank or institution as the way to raise the quick cash. Suppose my company is issuing the shares and I went to some investment banking company. I told them, see, I will give the warrant to you. In the market, the price is $10. You buy from me $8. They are not bondholders or anything. Just like that, we'll give the discount. Clear with this? And there is something called as ADRs. ADRs means American Depository Receipts. Now there is an American company who want money from outside US, and you are an investor where you want to invest in American company. Suppose if example you take, if you want to invest in Tesla, what you have a rupees, you don't have a dollars, and Tesla want to borrow money from India. If they want to issue the shares in India, they have to register with SEBI. The proper SEBI process should be followed. But this and all they don't want to follow. Then what they will do, they will take a help of bank. Now the bank will come. What the bank will do is, bank will buy the money from the investors from the India. And they will give something called as ADR, American Depository Receipt. To whom? To the investors. And they will take this money and invest where? Invest in the Tesla. So Tesla got the money, you got the opportunity to invest. So that is called as American Depository Receipt. Suppose if the Tesla's share price is increasing, your that value of the American Depository Receipts will also increase. Whenever you want, you can take this depository.
So it is a kind of payment share making to the stock.
If you want to invest in the American companies, and American company want to get the money from the investor outside America, rather than going with a proper formal way by using the bank, they'll get the money. For you invested. For the American company, they also got the money. So both, whatever the requirement they had, they got satisfied with that.
Tesla company will buy.
No, the Tesla company will go to, like, see, the bank will help you to do this. Tesla company will go to the bank, get the money. Whose money it is? The investor who invested from India or some other country. So ADR represent a method by which a foreign company can participate in the US market. Sorry, it's an opposite way. Like a foreign company can go to the US market and get this money. Suppose an Indian company want an investor from US. So they want to register with whom? They want to register with SEC. So SEC formal process will go. SEC is like a SEBI of US. So to avoid this, they will go to the bank. And the foreign company deposits some of its shares with the bank. They will give the share to whom? To the American bank.
Indian company shares.
Indian company. Suppose my company is an Indian company. What I'll do, I'll go to the US bank. Okay. I'll give my shares to them. Okay. The foreign company deposits some of share to the bank, and the bank then issue ADRs. So the bank will issue the ADRs, which represent the share of the foreign company at the bank hold. Like they will issue the share. That name is called as ADR. Who will issue this? The bank will issue. Now ADR can be traded in the US stock market. As a result, the foreign company can participate in US stock. The foreign company can participate in US capital market without going through the formal procedure. What I told, it's an opposite way of it. Not the US company coming in. Another country's company want to participate where? In the US stock market. So this company, if they want to formally participate, they have to register with SEC. But it is a formal process. You have to fulfill their requirements. See, each country has its own requirements. They have to fulfill their requirement also. But you don't want to do this. So you will go to the US bank telling that I will give my shares to you. You issue the ADR. Now they will issue the ADR in the capital market. In their stock market, they will issue ADRs. So that ADRs is bought by whom? US investors. And once they want, if the US investor want to sell the ADR, they will trade among themselves. Okay. Now, example, if Zomato as an Indian company, they want an investment from the US, Zomato will go to the US bank, they will issue the ADR, they will give their shares, and the share will converted into ADRs. And how they will buy the ADRs? They will issue in the stock market. Who will buy? The US investor will buy this ADRs. This is how a foreign company can participate in the US stock market. Clear? Fine. Calculation of value of the share and the cost of equity will start tomorrow. This again, if you know how to calculate that time value of money, the one which we did, right? How to calculate the present value. This is going to be easy. Till the WACC, it's sorted. Working capital management is another story that we'll learn. That also it has a help of a section A. I told, right? When you know activity ratios, working capital management is going to be easy. So from value of the share will start tomorrow. Till here, is it clear everything? Okay. So nothing here. The calculation is getting complicated from the rights. Rights is easy. Nothing seems complicated as that. Just calculate how many rights is required to buy one share. That's a first step. Then you calculate the value.
Sir, but we have to already outstanding shares with the 100. If they are going to issue 20 more, 20 runs is man of 20 on the 100.
Then so, 20 divided by 100 is how much?
0.02.
So 0.2. So 0.2 is what?
0.02 share with the.
No. You should have 5 shares. You should have how many shares?
5 shares.
So you're telling if you have 0.2 shares. I mean, if you have 1 share, you can buy 5 new shares. 0.2 means what? If you have 1 share, you can buy 5 new shares. Then if you have 1 lakh share, you can buy 5 lakh shares. But how many shares they are issuing? 0.2. If you're telling 0.2 as a right means, in 1 share, how many 0.2 is there? 5 0.2. 0. In one, how many 0.2 there? 5. 0.2, 0.2, 0.2, 0.2, 0.2 is 5. That means if you tell 0.2, one share, one existing shareholder, you're telling one existing shareholder will get 5 new shares. What is the 0.2 share? At least 1 share you have to buy, right? What is a fraction? Fraction is a bit more complicated. If you're just telling 0.2, you're telling 1 new share can buy, sorry, 1 existing shares can buy 5 new shares. Now existing shares, how many you are having? 1 lakh. And 1 lakh into 5? 5 lakh. But how much we are issuing? 20,000. So it is the value nowhere reach. Now I will tell one thing. You want 5 share. You want 5 shares to buy 1 new share. Now you have 1 lakh shares. How many shares you have? 1 lakh shares divided by 5. So you can purchase how many shares? 20,000 shares. So if you have 1 lakh shares, you can purchase 20,000 shares. If you have 100 shares, you can purchase how much? 20 shares. So that is the reason here you put existing, here you put new. Clear with this? Okay. So then what is this statement? So if convert this into statement, you require 5 rights to purchase 1 new share. If you have 1 lakh shares, which means you have how many rights? 1 lakh rights you are having. But 1 lakh rights will give 1 lakh new share? No. 1 lakh rights will give only 20,000 new shares. How you did? Divided by 5. Clear with this? So first step is this. Then P0 minus Pn. That's easy as that to calculate the value. So today we cleared the market price of the bond.
0.2 share is equal to 1 right?
No. 1 share is equal to 1 right. You have to tell like that.
You will need 5 rights to buy 1 share.
5 rights to buy 1 share. It's not like 0.2 rights is equal to 1 share. 5 rights is required to buy 1 share. If you have 10 shares, If you have 10 shares, how many rights are there? No, if you have 10 share, 10 rights. Share is equal to rights. If you have 10 share, how many rights you are having? 10 rights. But 10 rights will give 10 share. How many shares it will give? 1 lakh shares is there. How many rights you have?
0.
No, 1 lakh right, 1 lakh shares means 1 lakh rights. My question is, will 1 lakh rights will give 1 lakh share? No. 1 lakh rights have to buy 1 share. How many rights is there? How many rights is required? 5. Simple. 10. If I'll take 10, you have 10 shares. How many rights you have?
10 rights.
10 rights. And to buy 1 share, how many rights is required? 5. In 10, how many 5s are there? So how many share you can purchase? 2 shares. Then only you can come to this 20,000 conclusion, right? 1 lakh divided by 20. So you want how many shares? 1 lakh divided by 20 is how much? 5. This is called as rights. Convert into this statement. You require 5 rights to buy 1 share. If you have 10 rights, how many share you can get? 2. If you have 15 rights, you can get 3. You have 100 rights. 100 rights means what? You have existing 100 share. So 1 share is equal to 1 right. But it doesn't mean 1 share can get you 1 new share. So you want how many rights? 5 rights is equal to 1 new share. If I have 1 lakh, in 1 lakh, how many 5s are there?
So, as per the additional shares, we are waiting to that.
So in 1 lakh, how many 5s are there? In 1 lakh, there are 20,005. If you have 20,005, you can get 20,000 shares. If you have 5, you can get 2 shares. In 10, how many 5s are there? 2. 5. So if you have 2 5s, you will get 2 shares. If you have 20,000 5s, you will get 20,000 new shares. This is equal to new shares. I'm issuing how many shares? See, I'm issuing 20,000 shares, and can I issue, like, can I give them 1 lakh shares? First of all, I'm issuing only 20,000 shares. Example, existing, the one example we saw, I am having 5 million shares. How many shares existing we are having? 5 million. Existing how much? 5 million. And I'm issuing how many shares? 2,500,000. Now I'm issuing this. To get 1 share, how many shares you want? 2 shares. Existing, if you have 2 shares, you will get how many shares? 1. If you are having 2 shares, you will get only 1 share. If I am having 100 shares, I'll get 50 shares. If I'm having 5 million shares, I'll get 2,500,000 shares. Okay, don't make it into. So in that also I made it very simple. 5 million divided by 2.5 million is equal to 2. Okay, you can use this format, existing divided by new. You will get the right. Convert that in the statement in your mind. How to convert that statement? You want 2 shares or 2 rights to buy 1 new share. Okay, you want 2 rights to buy 1 new share. Why we are converting into right is, then only you can suit that in the formula. That is a power, because there you are calculating value of right, you are calculating not as a value to buy that 1 share. It is value of 1 right. If I want to sell 1 right, means how much I will charge. To calculate that, we are converting term as a rights. Okay. So if you are making 0.2 and all, it's making complicated. Again, you have to, that also you can get it, but that is like a very illogical way. You convert 0.2, then you take 20,000, then you multiply, like you take 1 lakh and multiply with 0.2. Like that you can get 20,000. You have 100 shares means you multiply with 0.2, you will get how much? Again 20 only. Rather than that, 100 divided by 5, I'll make it as 20. Why I'm dividing by 5? Because in sentence wise I have to convert. You can't tell 0.2 rights. You have to tell like I want 5 rights. You're telling I understood. You're telling to convert like this. But that if you convert it to sentence, again you are making complicated, which means 20,000 divided by 1 lakh is how much? 0.2. If I am having 1 lakh shares multiplied by 0.2, I'll get 20,000 shares. But what is the name of this?
Share.
What?
This also shares.
No, it is not rights. It's not rights. It's just a decimal factor. What? 0.2 share. If you are having 0.2 share, you will get 1 share. No, right? So what is that name? So better you set this formula. If you want, you can do it to understand. To make your calculation easy, you can use it. But whenever you calculate the value of right, if you put 0.2 plus 1, your answer is going to be wrong. So we are not only calculating the R for the purpose to keep it aside. We are calculating it to put it in the formula. Now in the formula, in the place of R, what you will do? Still you have to 0.2, you have to convert again. You have to make it as a 5. Better than that what? Rather than putting new divided by existing.
Just for understanding.
Yeah, you can use that, but strictly you have to understand that you should not use this decimal factor where? In the formula. This can be used to make your calculation easier. Example, suppose if the questioner is asking, suppose a person is having 1000 shares. Existing, if you are having 1000 shares, how much new shares he can purchase? In that point of time, you can use this 1000 into 0.2. Okay, you can purchase how much? 200 new shares. This is also will get 200. If you divide 1000 divided by 5, it also give 200. But if you calculate this one, right, that same 5 you can use in the value of rights also. To make it easier, you can use that. But you should understand the limitation of it. You should not apply the 0.2 everywhere. And they are asking what is the value of right. They will have 0.2. What is the rights required means students might do this also. So whenever you are learning with multiple formulas, you should understand where should use, where not to use. Okay. So tomorrow we'll start with calculating the value of share. We calculate the value of bond, right? Market price with different interest rate. The same way we'll calculate the value of share. Value of share for equity share and for the preference share is same. Okay.